Hello, chess fans, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Festival. I am your host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, along with dear friend and colleague Robin Van Kampen. Robin, again, thank you so much. I know you're only going to be with us this weekend, but it was great for you to join us, especially yesterday.
I think I really got, in Rotterdam I had an amazing day with great games, and yesterday maybe was the most special day of the tournament. Who knows?
Drama.
I mean, so much drama, Yasser. Like, it's been a very enjoyable weekend for the chess fans.
Exactly.
I don't know about the players. But,
yeah, a lot of thrills and spills to be sure. Well, today, first of all, let's get started with a look at our leaderboard. We have Wesley So leading the competition with 5 out of 7. So much so that it prompted world champion, 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand to tweet that Wesley So's guardian angels haven't slept in days. We were very fortunate yesterday to hold a draw. Equally dramatic, unbelievably so, Magnus Carlsen missing a 4 sequences of checkmate. He drew yesterday what was, for all intents, we had expected him to be tied for first with Pavel Elyanov at 4.5 Lee, thanks to his victory over Loop yesterday. Also joins at +2 Anish Giri, Sergei Karyakin, +1 Levon Aronian, Hari Krishna, Adiban, Dmitry Andrikin, all at 50%, and then we have the rest of the field. The round 8 is just getting started. I heard the gong behind me. Let's take a look at the pairings for today in the Masters. We will have Levon Aronian against Anish Giri. Great game,
Great game,
by the way.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Anish a double black here, so yesterday black against Carlsen, now black against Aronian.
A real
Tough
test.
weekend for him.
Exactly. Richard Rapport versus Magnus Carlsen. Have they played before? I'm sure they have. I just can't remember.
I think they have in Vacanze, but they surely haven't faced off too many times.
Yes. Well, that will be a great game. That will be a featured game, no doubt. Luke Van Velde versus Ian. Pentala versus Wei Yi. Adiban, Andrikin, Elyanov, Radic. Sergey and Wesley, 2 big games for the leaders there as well. Let's get started with the game of Richard and Magnus. Care to make any guesses before I bring the game up on our screen?
I really think Richard, he hasn't been the luckiest player in the field so far, and with his style, he has to be very careful today facing our world champion, because Richard cannot afford any funny stuff today. He's messing with the wrong guy if he's trying to overcomplicate things and play too aggressively. So
Knight
he has
F3,
to.
good sign.
Like Knight F3, G3. Like, I think Richard knows what I'm talking about. Like,
right. No B3s. The other day, I saw one C2, C3. And I swore it was a mouse slip and a technical issue, but C2, C3. But Knight F3. Okay, very, very, very solid. Calm. Let me just bring up the game of Wesley So versus
Sergei Karyakin,
yes.
who yesterday, the second one.
Second one, yes.
Yesterday, of course, Sergei, very strange game against Levon Aronian, where Levon actually blundered a piece on move 11, which was not taken by Sergei,
right.
But then Sergei went on to win a very convincing game nonetheless.
Right.
So, nice game by Karyakin, who was probably feeling quite good today as well.
Exactly. I was going to say that in the case of Levon's loss yesterday, Sergei came on the show and shared his thoughts. What was extraordinary for me is that Levon, he so very rarely loses, but he tends to lose tactically when he loses. Yesterday he lost tactically, but more importantly, he lost strategically.
Yeah.
When he failed to play bishop takes e4, a decision, by the way, that Sergei was very critical of. It's like,
come on,
you have to do it.
Yeah.
You simply have to do it.
Yeah.
And a convincing strategical and tactical victory by Sergei yesterday. Today, Wesley would have played e5.
Yeah.
And certainly Sergei knew that and started with Knight F3. He knew that Wesley would play D5. E2, E3?
Yeah, well, this is actually, although Sergei, he's sort of known as a very theoretical player, somehow it is him who's been dabbling with this e3 quite a bit. If I remember correctly, and especially if we look at how the game is continuing right now with c4, e6, b3. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is exactly what Sergey used to beat Vishy Anand in the Canada's tournament. A setup like this, where he later followed up with some sort of h4 move or g4 move.
Yeah, right. Now I recall. Okay. B2, B3. We were talking about the Zuckertort the other day by Magnus. And
yeah, well, this could sort of lead into something similar, but White has already committed to c4, right?
Right.
So not quite the same.
No, he's not playing knight e5 and f4 and things like that. But b7, b6. Okay, well, oftentimes the players are complaining that they, quote, don't get play. That on all of the sharp lines they've analyzed to almost a certain death. And so this is just, we're going to see chess play today. Okay, b7, b6. Let's continue our walk around the tournament stage. Levon Aroni and Anish Giri. Okay, enough of this knight f3 business. Let's go for it. d4.
Yeah, Levon, either d4 or c4 is his opening today. He went for d4 and it seemed to have turned into a Catalan. Anish not going for Grunfeld today.
Right. So he's really been pushed out of his Grunfeld?
It seems that recently he's not playing his favorite Grunfeld too much, and he's been switching to more solid weapons like the Slav, the semi-Slav maybe.
Right.
And that's definitely e6 has been his choice. So move to more and more frequently.
So knight f3, d5, and now, like you say, the Catalan, not knight c3 going into these Queen's Gambit declines, where, by the way, c7, c6, you can get into your semi-Slav.
Exactly, and that is what Anish tends to do a lot.
Bishop e4 check. Now, bishop e7, this has been the old-timers' move since time immemorial.
Yeah.
The recent twist has been to play bishop to d6.
Yeah,
a move that we saw, by the way, Magnus Carlsen playing against Dmitry Andreykin earlier in the event.
It's actually a move that I've used quite a bit myself too. I mean, obviously not playing against these players, but I found that bishop d6, there's still a little bit more room for theoretical developments. Especially it started out with Black finding some improvements on old lines, and so it sort of has turned into, I wouldn't call it a mainline trend, but it's sort of a trustworthy sideline for the moment. White's sort of struggling to find an advantage there as well. Hence, we saw Magnus Carlsen try it out for, I think it was already second or third time he played it. So,
and he did very well. In fact, in my opinion, he emerged clearly the victor in the opening theoretical battle, as he had an edge.
Absolutely,
right. All right. Instead of bishop d6, the old-timers move bishop e7, yay. I know what I'm talking about when I say bishop g2, castles. Okay, this is a surprise. Knight a3. Really, I don't get it. Take it away, Robin. Explain to our audience why the knight is great on a3.
It's a very good question, Yasser. To me, the only thing that comes to my mind, and I think this is not a new move, but surely doesn't strike me as familiar either. Okay, so in a lot of the lines, first of all, Black sets up this what Sergei Tivyakov likes to call the pork or the pig structure with d6, c6, d5, e6, f7.
Okay,
and it's sort of representing the how do you call that in English, Yasser? The nose of the pig, right?
Okay.
That's how he sees it. So first of all,
so this is the pig structure.
The pigs.
Right?
I think that's how he calls it, and I trust him because he's made a career with this
Catalan
exactly.
stuff.
So assuming Black is going to play b6,
right?
Let's say b6 will be playing. Okay, I see Anish decides to go knight d7, so let's put it on the board. Maybe to illustrate my point even more so. Now, in a lot of lines, I think White's thinking about taking on d5.
Okay.
And now, for example, one of the differences...
an exchange Slav, right?
Exactly. One of the differences I could see potentially is that the rook on c1 has immediate access over the c file rather than being blocked out by the knight on c3, right? So perhaps... I mean, I really don't know if this is probably not the concrete idea that Levon is hoping for, but perhaps, going to c7 and then maybe thinking about bringing in the knight.
That looks like a worthy idea to explain. The knight, essentially you're saying the knight on c3 might well be in the way.
Yeah.
So you just leave the c file open
Yeah.
to make very quick operations, as you're pointing out. Bishop can come to c7, maybe in an awkward moment. Okay. I was looking in a kind of a different direction. Oftentimes in this Catalan type of position, the bishop on d2 ends up being like an awkward piece, right?
Yeah.
You kind of put it on f4, you put it on g5, you're not really sure, should I be giving it up?
Yeah.
I was thinking that with the knight on the a3 square, not on the c3 square, you'd have
Right.
ideas of
To
queen
exchange
a4
it,
and like you say, with a cd5 you trade it off.
Exactly.
Okay.
Probably also combined with cd5 in order to make sure that bishop b4 wouldn't be faced with some sort of c5
Exactly.
reply, right?
Yeah, that would be awkward.
So, yeah. But all in all,
Yes.
it really is a rare move, knight to a3. I don't think I've seen it in this particular position before. So,
Knight d7.
but talking a little bit about the players, first of all, we were discussing this bishop d6 trend.
Yes.
Anish to me still strikes me as someone who sometimes he will come up with some sort of new line, but he does like to stay in the very well-known territory. Some things he's analyzed very extensively,
Right.
especially when he plays players such as Aronian, who
Top players.
top players, exactly. So, and what Aronian I think is trying to say here is that I don't think I can beat Anish when it comes to pure preparation. So I've got to do something a little offbeat.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to take him out of what he knows,
His comfort zone. Yeah.
Exactly, his comfort zone. And knight a3 is sort of trying to do that, in my opinion.
Well, one of the things I face myself is when my opponent makes such a move as knight a3, it's sort of like a bull with a red flag. I'm on alert, and it's like I need to punish my opponent. How dare he, break the rules of strategy and not control the center? Is there a punishment? The downside of knight a3, we've spoken about the upsides. Can I take this knight on a3, double the pawns, grab the pawn on c4?
Very good question. That would be the most concrete approach.
Right.
And Anish has very quickly decided not to play that. But looking at the position, it's not immediately... Okay, actually, if we do it right away...
Right, let's just have a quick look.
It's a very
takes.
valid question. It really is.
Pawn takes. I'm the old pawn grubber in
Okay,
the group.
let me try to... so knight to e5 right now feels to the typical queen takes d4. Now we see why it can be very handy to
keep
put
the bishop on d2,
yeah,
right?
to provoke bishop d2. But let's say I try to play knight e5 because I want to regain my pawn. So
Yes.
I'm going to play bishop b4. I'm attacking the rook on f8. So you're going to move rook e8. And now knight to e5 would be a way to try and regain the pawn.
Exactly. A way to regain the pawn, to be sure, but okay, I could play knight a6, perhaps?
Knight to a6, sure thing.
If I end up taking the bishop on
Yeah.
d4, I've just
Yes.
I mean, the one thing I've achieved was the doubled a pawn.
Exactly.
Shame on me, unachieved.
Yeah, so it feels like this is probably because generally white does want to regain that pawn on c4 if he can. Of course, we've seen a lot of great Catalan games where he ends up sacrificing it and so on, but normally if you can win it back,
you're a happy camper.
You're a happy camper. And this looks like Levon was probably happy to play this.
Fair enough. So let me just update the game. Knight b d7 was played, and rook c1, the opportunity to capture on a3 and capture on c4 has passed. After this move, rook c1. Knight jumped to e3, and mentioned that the bishop on d2 often has, it's like the awkward, the fifth wheel in the car, right?
Yeah.
Like where you're supposed to put this thing. Bishop e3, not the greatest square, but okay, a safe square, and knight e4.
No, 94 bishop to e3. So Anish just wanted to grab the bishop, right?
Clear.
Yeah. So, but bishop to e3, Yasser. I mean, not my favorite square for that
No,
bishop.
it's not the most pleasing square on the board, that is for sure. Is it completely ridiculous to play f7, f5 and go into
Absolutely not.
everybody's favorite stone wall?
Yeah, no, that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Mine too.
But I think we'll see what Anish comes up with. But I feel that knight e4. I mean, what is the idea for black? I think if you don't get to take that bishop, you're gonna have to play f5. So I think we're gonna see a transition into a stonewall structure, which at first sight maybe I would have liked to have my bishop on d6.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, with this somewhat strangely placed knight on a3,
Yes.
it surely can't be too bad of a version for black.
Exactly. I recall a game, I believe it was from last year, a very important pivotal game for the tournament. It was Pavel White, Magnus
Yes,
Carlsen.
it was one of the days that we analyzed together as well. Yes,
and F5 and
G5,
G5, and it was an idea of Petrosian from a World Championship match between Botvinnik and Petrosian.
It was a really lovely game by Magnus.
Absolutely, and a convincing victory for the world champion that saw him go on to take clear first, and of course Magnus is twice defending champion. He's going for his 6th title. All right, we'll leave it at bishop e3. I still, I have questions as to what White intends with his development with the knight on a3.
Last before we take off, I think one of the ideas, so with the knight on c3, that will be the normal place, but very often White does not really want to take. So to me, if Levon is expecting f5, which he probably does now that Anish has played knight e4, I think the idea for White should be knight c2, knight e1, knight d3, taking control, especially of the e5 square, but also maybe f4 in some cases.
Exactly.
That's one of the few sort of standard maneuvers which suddenly comes back with the knight on a3. That we do see the knights go through e3 and f3 and d3 a lot in the stonewall.
Yes.
And if you can make sure that there's no d takes c4 or whatnot here, then this could turn out into a very normal looking position for White again. And I do expect that that's one of the key ideas here.
I don't disagree with you whatsoever. The question for me is one of timing. While you're making the beautiful maneuver knight b1 to a3 to c2 to e1 to d3 to e5.
Yeah.
Let me just mate you.
I must say g5 does look very unpleasant because you're simply going to play f4 after my knight to e1, I suspect.
Exactly. That's exactly my intent.
So, but what I like about that is that Anish, especially recently, we haven't seen his most aggressive side.
Right.
He has tried to make play happen in a lot of games, but very often it is really the most aggressive moves that he struggled with. So maybe Levon is thinking, okay, let me see if you have what it takes to go g5, f5 so early on in the game.
Right.
And that will be very interesting to see. But I agree that if anything, you've got to play it now, because once my knight gets to d3, f4 is going to be very hard to push through.
Exactly. Right? So maybe we're seeing Levon at his most provocative best.
Perhaps, yeah.
And one of the things, again, you talk about, we spoke about the comfort zone of the players. Anish isn't the player who's burning his bridges. He's playing very correct, strategic chess. And here it's sort of like, okay, you got to go for it. Otherwise, if I do all my maneuvering, well, then you're going to have a passive bishop on c8 square. An exciting game being in the works. Let me just go back to the game of Magnus, because when we left it, the players really were cogitating over their first few moves,
and you even literally said, Yasser, no b3 today. And what happens?
Move to b3. Of course. Well, you got to admire that Richard is true to himself.
To his style.
Yes.
That's true.
b3, bishop f5, a kind of a London system. Bishop b2, e6, d3, h6, knight b, d2, knight f6. Okay, of course, White shouldn't be allowed to get the move e2, e4 played in, quote, one gasp, right? So knight f6, c4, c6, and I suspect we're going to have a double fianchetto with c4 and b3. I've always felt that this is kind of a soft approach by White.
Yeah.
My opponents have regularly played this against me when they want to make a draw with White, but it's very hard to be ambitious.
Absolutely, and I personally, what I love to do when my opponents play b3, also against 1b3 for example, I like to just play d5, bishop f5.
Exactly.
Because there's a lot of funny stuff going on when people play an early b3, where for example you put the bishop to g4, they might jump to e5 with the knight and whatnot. A lot of strange lines there.
Mm-hmm.
And I always felt that a very sober approach, like Magnus is playing here, kind of a
Yes.
London system, that's sort of annoying. And yes, people do play this to make a draw. But it never made a lot of sense to me because
No.
you keep all the pieces on the board.
Right.
There's going to be lots of play,
Right.
inevitably. So to me, at first sight, I'm thinking, well, Magnus can be pretty happy about the outcome of the opening. Of course, we still have a bunch of moves to go, but most likely bishop d6 or bishop e7, more likely knight d7,
yeah.
castles, and White's going to play g3, bishop g2, like you
Exactly.
indicated. So,
Exactly. All right, let's continue our walking around the stage, and we'll pick up in the game between Pentala and Wei Yi, e4, e5. Now, essentially, Wei Yi has said, hey, I've come to this event prepared to play the Russian defense or the Petrov defense against Wan e4. Show me anything's wrong with it. And we even saw the world champion playing bishop c4 on move 2.
Yeah, for sure.
So-
and it seems to be somewhat of a Chinese specialty because really, when I think about the Petrov, it was Vladimir Kramnik and Boris Gelfand who were
Exactly.
really at the forefront. And then from the newer generation, Anish used to be
Also.
a huge Petrov player with good results.
Yeah.
But they all stepped away from it and favored the Berlin nowadays. But not some of the Chinese players. And it's interesting to see Wei Yi shifting to the Petrov, being more of a Neidorf player traditionally.
And wasn't it like Wang Yu?
Wang Yu is
Yeah.
still a big expert, and his good friend Li Chao,
Yeah.
who at the
Oh,
chess
he's
bras,
chess bras,
he's one of the chess
pro
bras
chess
now.
team, yeah.
So we know Li Chao very well, but he is also a big Petrov player. So it seems that these three players now sort of have taken over and are still defending the Petrov, whereas a lot of the top players said, okay, enough with that opening, we're switching to the even more solid Berlin.
Yes.
So,
All right, let us see what Pentala has prepared, because most definitely the Russian defense would not have caught him off guard. I will turn off my auto update. And he played the move d4. Knight takes e4. Now, in the old days, they would play the move bishop d3.
yeah.
D5, knight takes e5. And I remember Bent Larsen being critical of the move knight takes d7. This used to be a mainline position, and Bent said to me, I don't play such moves. You go knight f3, knight e5,
97.
knight takes d7.
Just to exchange it.
Just to exchange it and play an eventual. As I recall, it was something like this.
Castles and c4, I believe.
Yeah, and then it was like, okay, I just put the position on the board. The idea was that in some cases you would play c5 if it was a tempo, you play knight c3, and you get somehow a more dynamic pawn structure that really didn't offer white a great deal. Instead, we take a different approach. Knight takes e4, no bishop d3, but d takes e5.
Yeah, I believe that Nigel Short once had a very crazy game here in the Lekanze A group where I think he played this as white, and someone played bishop c5 here, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, but, yeah.
And
here, I think it's like queen d5, and maybe it takes on f2 and f5, or maybe f5 immediately. I don't even remember how it goes, but
it was
something,
and there was some
yeah.
really weird game, and like the players were spending 2 and 3 hours on the first dozen
Yeah,
moves.
no,
Yes.
it's a truly crazy variation. So that's interesting. But most black players, they don't take too much risk and play d5.
Exactly. So that's the solid choice. Knight bd2. Now, for some important reasons, I'm sure, knight c5 was played. We just talked about knight takes d7. We could have seen knight takes d2, right?
Yeah.
Tuck, tuck, tuck. Wasting 3 tempi. Knight c5, bishop e7, castles, rook e1. Well, I think if I was black, I'd kind of be more or less happy. It's a pretty normal looking position.
I mean, personally, I don't really enjoy playing very dry positions out of the opening as black, which is very, very often the case in the Petrov. Whereas here, I see a lot of dynamic potential for black too. Imagine I get to play bishop to g4, knight to e6, maybe a potential c5 and get my knight to c6. Like, this is much more of a dynamic and complicated middle game than some of the more symmetrical structures white can reach if he decides to play more mainline Petrov variations.
It has a feeling for me like the open Spanish,
Exactly,
where
yeah.
there's no a6, b5.
Mhm.
So it's not like there's real targets over there. White can't just seize the c5 square like
Right.
he might positionally and sometimes in the Spanish.
And that, like you said, that should favor black somewhat. I mean, a6, b5 is not necessarily a great two moves to have here. So,
right.
I think Hari here, I don't think he's fighting for a real opening advantage. I just think that he believes that he can outplay Wei Yi in a complicated middle game.
Or maybe he's just looking to try to control, to get a Russian defense where it's not 25 forcing moves in a row, and he's got a little control, and he can guide the game into some middle game position where he might feel that he has something. Just to throw out an idea, there's such a move as knight d4 here. If we force the trade of a bishop, maybe on a good day we've got some ideas
for an initiative.
I don't know. It doesn't feel that great, but hey, I don't have a better suggestion against the Russian. If I did, I'd put it in a book and sell it for $50. Okay, let's take a look at the game between Pavel and Radek.
Okay.
Our early tournament leader, Pavel Elyanov, still having a fantastic score, +2. He's in second place. Radek yesterday had a big turnaround.
Yeah, he
came
was
in
not
short.
happy about that
No.
game. Yeah.
Ooh, Bhaskaran was delighted. He was wearing a smile from ear to ear yesterday.
Yes, we saw it.
Definitely. Okay, great. Robin's perfect that you're here because guess what? Everybody's favorite Najdorf, and you can. Bishop g5 and knight bd7, bishop c4 was shown yesterday by Luke. Sorry to Luke's fans out there, but I'm really, really, really critical of Luke's play yesterday. Essentially, he was lost out of the opening.
Yeah.
And he spent massive amounts of time to get into essentially a lost position. And that is like the worst loss. You don't even play a move, but shows you're not theoretically well prepared.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I think Luke sort of realized that I really need to know all of the lines if I'm going to play the Najdorf. I can't slack off and not rehearse any of my analysis, because if it happens, and it has nothing to do with Luke, it's just anyone who's not well prepared as black in the Najdorf is going to face that same issue. There's too much dangerous stuff out there that you can't figure out over the board.
Exactly. A6, bishop e2, of course, we talked about a lot of approaches. If a2, a3 had been played again, I think I would have called it the Vaikanze variation, because that's really, but no a2, we've only seen it twice, a2, a3, bishop e2, a very standard move if you're not going to play bishop e3, the English attack, or the mainline bishop g5 stuff. Bishop e2 is a decent choice. Also, of course, a lot of theory to know in this line, this early knight d5.
This is, by the way, a funny move order.
Please.
Just a little bit of history about.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure that these players invented the line with bishop e3 first, but it was Magnus Carlsen who used this to very convincingly beat Nakamura, who maybe incorrectly played the short castle over here, thinking, White's just going to short castle and transpose to a main line. No, Magnus Carlsen actually introduced this idea of g4, at least on that very high level, and White suddenly shifts gears and goes g5, queen d2, queenside castle, and that turns out to be very unpleasant for Black.
Was that game played here in Vaikanze?
In Vaikanze
because
a few
it was
years ago.
it was a very impressive game.
Yeah, and I think also if you play, for example, the bishop to e6, White has ideas of sometimes going bishop to g4, but anyway, theory really sort of showed that, or analysts showed that this is not a good idea to castle. So better to play bishop to e6.
Right.
Gives you a little bit less options, but now after g4, you haven't committed to castling yet, and I think you can simply play d5.
Very good. Well, in fact, that seems to be Black's threat. Is,
exactly.
usually when the breakout d6, d5 comes, that's the gong sound, that equality. If you get it
Absolutely.
without being punished,
Yeah.
then d5 is an equalizer.
Yeah, so now knight to d5. This is common theory. We saw Vishy Anand play this. Also, it was Pentala Hari Krishna who had a very nice win against. Who was it? Maybe it was Vishy himself. I'm trying to remember. He had a great game here in Vaikanze a few years ago, using, to be precise, this move queen to d3. It's kind of a trend of a few years ago. We still see it once in a while. Okay, really watch is trying to protect the pawn on e4 and go for this bishop takes d5, e takes d5 structure, as we see here in the game. Black castles, white plays a4 to stop any sort of b5, knight b6 ideas, which would maybe attack the pawn on d5.
Okay.
Black rook to c8, and I'm expecting to see short castle.
We can just click that to update the board and see if, in fact,
So a5 has been played instead.
a5, knight e8.
Yeah, this is actually, this move knight e8 is how I always planned on playing these positions as black.
Right.
The main idea is really just to go for this exchange of the bishops.
Mm-hmm.
Although this bishop can be powerful in some positions, very often black is quite happy to exchange it.
Okay.
And here Pavel castled.
Right.
So he delayed castling for a little while. I don't know if there was any real differences there. Maybe he was happy to go a4, a5 first. But I'm expecting to see bishop to g5.
Robbing white of his two bishop.
Yeah, and now this is going to be really one of those typical, I would say it's very Najdorf-like battles where white's going to play on the queen side. He'd love to go c4, knight d2, b4, bring the knight back, play for a long-term c5 break.
Right.
And of course black, and I love these positions for black, I have to be honest, going to play f5, which, when I get to this type of position, I always feel like I have some sort of King's Indian vibe in my position,
right.
Which as a King's Indian player, I absolutely don't mind. But that being said, white has a lot of ways to react to this f5 move. He definitely does have to think about what to do. He shouldn't just allow black to push these central pawns forward and gain a lot of space. So normally it's a question, are you going to play f3 or are you going to play f4, blockading this altogether? Now, I know in King's Indian type of position, Yasser, you actually get similar structures and you tend to go f4 a lot.
Right.
I think we've played multiple blitz games where you did this against me in King's Indian
blitz,
positions.
And just kind of throwing something out there, something like c4, f5, f4. Essentially, in the words of Bobby Fischer, to give squares, you got to get squares. So when we get a position like this, I've given you the e5 square for your knight. Rejoice, right? But you've given me the d4 square for my knight. And then it's just a battle of ideas and whose square is worth more.
Right.
Good stuff going on here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to a game. I'll just to finish the Masters group, and we'll take a look at the challengers as well. We'll jump to Luke versus Ian. All right, let's just take it from the top. Okay, now there's a man, Ian, who's true to himself.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, he's been playing the Grunfeld his whole career.
Yeah.
Unlike Anish, he's not a fair weather friend.
No.
He stays with his mainline repertoire. Bishop f4.
Yeah, Nepo, I must say, is very true to himself when it comes to openings. It's Najdorf, it's Grunfeld, and with white it tends to be Scotch.
Yes.
A lot of Scotch.
Right.
And although Najdorf and Grunfeld are very much common openings, the Scotch really isn't at the highest level. He still plays it very successfully.
Exactly.
So, although he's a little bit predictable, it's very hard to achieve anything, especially in his Grunfeld, which by now has reached a sort of, I would say he's getting close to being the Peter Svidler of the Grunfeld, of the new generation, because he's just so loyal to that opening. He's faced all the lines multiple times, and try and find something in the opening that he hasn't seen before, well, good luck.
Exactly. All right, let's take a... So, after... we hope great preparation.
Yes.
Luke Van Velde has essayed a line that I like: Bishop f4, Bishop g7, e3 castles, Rook c1, and the move Bishop e6 has become very trendy
Yeah.
in this rook c1. Let's see what Luca prepared. And of course, I remember, I think it was the game from Baikonze last year, where famously Luke Van Welly had Magnus Carlsen on the ropes.
Yes, in the
and
bishop
that-
f4
within
variation.
the bishop f4 variation. And Magnus turned that game around, actually won from a position that Luke was just kicking himself from.
Yeah.
I don't know where we had gone out to, but the whole bus ride home, he just couldn't contain his disgust for his play.
One thing is interesting. So
Yes, please.
this bishop to e6 move has really replaced the traditional c7, c5.
Right.
Which honestly, I remember that a lot of black players were not happy. It really required a lot of knowledge on the black side of things, c5, and especially because white has delayed the move knight g1, f3. I remember there were situations where he could develop the knight to e2 sometimes, but also still play it to f3. So this move order gave white a lot of extra options.
Right. There's this, and like you say, there's a long
Long lines and
theoretical lines.
horribly
Complicated.
yeah, complicated, and especially on the black side. So bishop to e6 sort of replaced that. Of course, there's all sorts of sacrifices on c7, but really the move that people have been
I'm just looking at the clock times.
Oh,
by the
right.
way.
Again.
Ian, Luke has been in the tank. Ian's gained literally minutes on his clocks thanks to the increments.
Okay.
Sorry. Go
Yes,
ahead.
just quickly before we go to the actual game, c5 is a very trendy line here,
Right.
and we saw a game this tournament between Wojtaszek and Nepomniachtchi, and I believe it went something like bishop g4 or bishop c8 immediately, but the
Yes.
bishop tends to go back to c8, making space for a e7, e5 break later on in the game.
Exactly.
But so Luke goes for cd5, which to my mind is a much more solid alternative.
Right.
Here we reach the following structure: b3 to obviously protect a2, and what
Isn't
Luke would
this the same game as Magnus? Have they been following the game of Magnus?
I think it
Or
is
was
a
it
little
bishop
different.
takes d? It was bishop takes d5, and then there was a capture on c7,
Yeah.
and Magnus didn't have enough play for
Exactly,
his
exactly. And what Luke would love to play, and I think this was also the case against Magnus, is this ending over here. Although many would maybe argue it's pretty harmless, and
Yeah.
Black is doing sort of fine, hoping to get in e5 one day with knight d7 or whatnot. Very safe for white.
Also,
And very
yeah.
pleasant for those who are not really looking to risk losing on it.
Exactly.
So Ian, he goes knight a6, and clearly he has very different intentions, because as Luke develops his knight here naturally,
Yes.
he now gives a check and plays knight to b4. And that immediately starts complicating things, and there's
this
a lot
is-
of questions here to be asked, such as what if bishop takes c7?
That's the crucial question.
Yeah.
I see on my monitor that bishop, after some thinking, the safe move bishop e2 was essayed. Well, I'm the pawn grubber in the family. Take it away, Robin. Why did Luke decline?
So b6 looks like the normal move, but I have the
Right.
feeling that it was queen a3 that was Ian's point here,
Okay.
hoping to take on a2 on the next move.
So I'll continue developing bishop c4, hoping that you will capture. So I'll recapture with the rook, and then I'll be hitting the knight on b4. Knight takes a2 would be met by rook a4.
Rook a4 is a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's, does that line somehow continue?
No, yes, it does. I
because-
see for the
yeah.
first time. There's a queen. The queen takes b3. By the way, runs into. It's a good move. Sorry,
It's a good move?
because there's a queen b1 check. If I take with the
Oh, and there's a queen c3 check
and
as
there's
well.
a queen c3 check
So
as
what
well. You
Yasser's-
don't have to bail out with queen c1.
Exactly. So there's a queen. Well, clearly, already you can get into all sorts of tricks here. Then with white, you have to be very
Troubles.
careful. And if you play queen d1, you lose the control over the a2 rook.
Ouch. So bishop takes c7, queen a. Well, bishop c4 was okay. Oh no, I can't take with the pawn because there's knight d3 check.
Yeah.
That is embarrassing to say the least.
Or queen takes c1, whatever you prefer.
Yes, or queen takes c1. So once again, rook takes c4, knight takes a2. Is it as simple as that though? I mean, it's black's pieces look a little bit gummy.
Yeah, but then again, it's a Grunfeld, and I'd love to have those pawns starting to roll. I really dislike your bishop on c7. It's always going to be a target for me to get away when my queen and knight are being attacked. So
yeah.
just to give you a sample line, like a rook to c2 would be attacking my knight.
And knight b4 would walk into a very nice rook b2, and black is worse.
Black is worse, and actually here I really am worse, because I would like to attack here and get out of this, but now you're going to continue this with rook c1.
Oops.
So, okay, bishop takes c7 really was worth looking into, obviously.
And he spent his time. He did play, instead of bishop to c7, he played bishop e2, and has Ian... Well, Ian finally went into a think, by the way, because he had clearly had this in his preparations. And if in those lines that you were saying, if there's a drawback, the bishop is misplaced on c7. We'd love to have it castled and played rook takes c7 and sign my score sheets, will you please? How is Ian intending to meet the safe and sane bishop e2? What do you think?
Well, first of all, Yasser, just to get a little bit of background, it's really the move knight a6 here that's new. So queen a5 check, like we said, it's quite harmless, but that's what has been played, I believe. I'm thinking, well, really, I don't really see much else than this queen a3 move.
If you're going to play enterprisingly with black, you can't get off the train at some other point. You've got to continue with your queen a3. Okay, I'll play along. I'll take on c7. Rook takes c7.
Okay. Let's imagine I go knight takes a2.
And Ricky Rothka, castle.
Okay.
Just getting out of dodge, right?
So what happens if I'm greedy?
Nothing. You're greedy, and greed is good. Queen takes b3. My plan had been to play rook takes e7, and then we get these super majorities. You got two connected pass pawns. I get big play in the center, e4, d5, but this is very double-edged.
It's very double-edged. I do think my knight has a
great square on
a bright
c3.
future, already trying to maybe trap your rook, attacking your bishop. I mean, again, like if queen a3, if you're really not sure what's going on here with white, it looks a little unpleasant at first. I mean, geez, I really think Luke tried to go for a solid line, but we'll find out how good this concept is that Ian's going for. I do expect queen a3.
I got a cool idea. No, it's not a cool idea. I was going to play bishop d1, anticipating knight a2, rook a1, and gotcha. But that's a little rotten move. I mean, just a7, a5, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And now you're prepared to play queen takes a2. Bishop d1 is not the way you play for an advantage in the Grunfeld.
Well, Ian is thinking right now. So queen a3, he's still considering whether this was really his preparation. I do feel that Luke is trying to take a very, a pretty conservative approach. You know, bishop e2, trying to castle, going for a solid line. So he's not trying to necessarily go for huge risks today. Question is if Ian's very aggressive opening is going to work out for him.
Exactly.
Luke has used some time, but nothing like his game yesterday.
Right, where he was in time trouble after move 18 or something ridiculous.
So this is still, a very unclear game.
Talking about thrills and spills, let's just review for a second the challengers group. I mean, my goodness, I think it's Jordan Van Forest is one of the players whose every game has been decisive.
Yeah.
No draws. I mean, no quarter being given in the challengers. And let's just take a look at Gawain Jones and Marcus Rager tying for first with a monster score of +5.5 out of 7. Ilya Smerin today is playing one of the tournament leaders, and he's right behind at a half a point, despite that awful showing that he had on the white side of the Caro-Kann against Tari, I believe. Sheng Li Lu, 4.5, along with Jeffrey. Eric Hansen, Buddy Eric, Chessbra Eric, shout out, +1, hosting a party yesterday.
Absolutely.
disturbing my routine
Your habitats,
at by 1 o'clock in the morning. Niels, I believe Erica and Niels are playing today.
Yeah.
I've noticed that they were having breakfast with us.
Yeah, they're good friends. We're very friendly here with each other. So.
Off the board, on the board, they're trying to take each other's guts out.
Absolutely,
It's terrible.
I'm not expecting any peaceful...
And here we have the challengers. Let's just take a look at one of the games. Your choice. Where would you like to go?
Since, even though Jordan is not having the best event, he's been playing such crazy chess, I would love to quickly check in. And also, Sopiko, of course, she would really like to get some sort of a win in or make a draw because she's on a bad streak right now, losing a lot of games.
And she had that opportunity against the Chinese World Junior Champion.
She had that massive opportunity in the first round, yeah.
Yeah, that was, that hurt. I mean, she got off to... Okay, as Sopiko versus Jordan, d4, e6, an invitation to the French.
Well, I think we're seeing the good old Alibon opening here.
Yes.
Yeah, so, Sopiko is really a d4 player, so I don't think e4 was really something that she considered.
The Owens?
What I just don't understand, Yasser, is, yesterday I didn't bring this up, but to my mind, it's really the move e4 here.
Absolutely.
Which is
That's
just by far the
critical.
best move. And I know that black has some funny stuff over here, like f5.
You're right.
But I've always learned that here bishop takes g2 is a horrible move, which is almost losing. And after bishop b4 check, you get this nice little king f1 move in.
Right.
And although, arguably black has some compensation here, this is really not considered to be very correct.
Exactly.
So my question is, especially, it was actually Wesley So who showed that after the immediate bishop b4 check, White's also doing very well if he plays king f1 and later reroutes that king to g2 and kicks the bishop out from b4, a3, knight c3. I just don't understand why these players keep going for knight to c3, because those positions, to my mind, although Radoslav Wojtaszek yesterday I think played a very nice opening game, still e4 has always been the move that has to be made, to my mind.
Exactly. It's the most critical challenge of black's entire concept of letting white occupy the center. I agree. Definitely e4 is the challenge. Knight c3, less or so. As you said, Radek yesterday got an edge, but if you heard Beskaren, it was sort of like, okay,
yeah,
I'm black, I'm going to get a
this.
disadvantage, but I've got my chances too. So he wasn't displeased with the outcome.
Yeah, and actually what we see is they're following that game absolutely.
Up to the move queen g3.
That's actually a funny move that I've never seen before.
I think knight h3 was
played.
actually, and then Radek ended up playing f3 and e3 and b3 and so forth and so on. I referenced that game from yesterday. f5, queen g3. That's a kind of a blunt forcing move, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Defend your pawn on g7. You go queen e7, I'll take the other one on c7.
Yeah.
So
here, king to f7. Well, the funny thing is, first of all, I'm not touching that g-pawn.
Right.
I just can't.
Right.
Then my problem arises because if I play the normal move queen f6, suddenly on c7, that's a pawn I can't afford to lose.
Either.
So really, king f7 or king f8 is virtually forced. And Jordan played this very quickly, king f7.
So he was kind of aware of this move. Queen g3 also strikes me as new to my eyes, but promising.
Promising, yeah. Knight f3.
Knight f3.
Knight f6.
Well, let's
what a crazy
tickle
opening
King
position we've reached.
g8. Okay, this is a rather sensible idea, of course, by White, as she blocks the diagonal, takes control of the e4, but now she's going to get bumped around a bit. A little rocky road for the knight and the queen.
And really, I'm expecting either queen f2 or e3 here.
Exactly.
But the structure, of course, resembles yesterday's game a lot. I think e3 looks like the more natural move.
Exactly.
Queen f2 might run into immediate e5 ideas.
Whenever I see Black's king having moved, again, I talk about that red flag being waved. I want to provoke and kill, and let's get to it.
Okay, d5.
Right. Let's just have some fun.
Let me jump forward.
You're not a nice person. I bet your mom doesn't even think you're a nice person. That refutes me completely.
Yeah,
Okay.
so my knight's both
My
threatening.
ill-considered.
Yeah.
E3. Okay. Now that I've revealed my hand.
Yeah.
Well, Queen F2.
I don't
I'm
really
a
like
little-
Queen
I'm
F2
not even-
because
I'm maybe not a big fan. Knight A5 is another
Knight A5 is actually also an
annoying move.
very annoying move. I can't defend my pawn.
Okay, I'm going to play E3.
Yeah, E3. But
Okay.
actually, your move Knight A5 is again.
Awkward. Okay, well, I'll get Knight F4 in this case.
Okay, that's right. Knight F4.
Yeah.
And I don't even really have time to do this. I
Right.
think. I
Well,
might
Knight
have
B3
time.
is actually. Oh, Knight B3.
Knight B3 is available.
Anybody for rook sacrifices? We can do it.
We can do it. You want to play something like Bishop D3?
No, I want to take the pawn.
Take the pawn.
Yeah.
Queen
Queen
E7.
E7, D5.
Yeah.
Take my rook, Bishop D3.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody believes me.
Not for the moment. No. It's because I'm actually getting to exchange
That's a
another
big
piece.
tempo.
Yeah.
I don't
Or
get-
even I could exchange maybe your knight if I wanted to.
Right.
So.
Okay, take my last blunder back.
Mhm.
And no.
Okay.
Yeah, B5? B4, oh, pardon me, B4. I'm going to try to ensnare the knight. My goal is to play Bishop D3 and Bishop B2. Again, an entire rook. Very, very doubtful compensation.
I feel like
on
I
this.
might even sack something back already.
Right, yeah.
No,
Giving material back is a very good idea, of course.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it, but okay, intriguing ideas. One more game from the challengers,
Yeah.
if you will.
Let's
take a look at the two leaders that are playing, Ilya Smirin and Marcus. The outcome of this game, of course, I know that Gawain Jones is also in a tie for first, but this is a crucial game, and arguably one of these two players could be ascending to heaven. If they were to win the challengers, they would play in the Masters groups next year. Bishop C5. Ilya Smirin, he's one of those players who, on the one hand, can be really theoretical. He can play really, really sharp lines in Sicilians, open Sicilian, Spanish, and so on.
King's Indians
But,
as well.
and King's Indians. But on the other hand, he also can play a soft system and surprise you by doing that. Today, he's chosen a soft
The Galak
way.
variation, is that correct?
Yeah, Igor Galek really made this popular. H6. Okay, Bishop E3.
I must say, Yasser, I'm really. I've played the Ruy Lopez since I don't know 10 years old, and
Okay.
I've never really, once in a while I'll go with the Italian, but to me, you need to put that pawn on C3, D3, and the bishop needs to be out there, C4, B5.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing that, then I immediately start doubting what you're up to against E4, E5.
Exactly.
So these types of lines, I'm not a fan. But,
the validity of the bishop on G2 is in question here.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
What are you doing in the game, this bishop on G2? Let's just see. Okay, well, Ilya says, I'll tell you what the bishop on G2 is doing. White is planning to put his knight on F5, essentially daring that knight ever to be captured, because then the bishop G2 will live. I'm a little bit dubious about White's strategy, but having said that, okay, he's putting a challenge out there. Do something. Maybe if you're not looking, rook takes F6.
Yes.
Be careful.
White's play is not too complicated here. So you want to play knight F5 no matter what. I mean, queen to D7 feels like a move that's asking to be played.
And dare I ask the question, knight F5?
Okay, let me try and take it.
Take it. G4. Take it. Now Queen F3. Unfortunately, D5.
D5 is going to
kind of short circuits me.
Yeah.
Bishop drops back to G2. Rook B2.
Yeah, I mean, rook takes B2, but I generally don't even really like your position over here.
Yeah.
It feels very very soft now. So it's getting softer and softer.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is my having gone wrong, but okay,
Maybe.
I gotta play G4 in this
you gotta
case,
play
right?
G4. Exactly.
Now again, I'm feeling it. I really want you to castle short so I can play Rook F6.
Yeah, that would
Proclaim
be
myself a genius.
that would be beautiful, right? Something
Right.
like this, and
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to play Queen F3 or Knight F5 immediately.
Just do knight F5 immediately.
Knight
I
F5
think just
immediately,
sh-
Yeah, well, no, something like this is like if you're gonna
It's a
allow this as
dream.
black,
Yeah, no,
better
this is
be
a dream.
better be sure that it's
Mm,
okay. So
yeah, no, I think that would be a real step in the wrong direction. Castling long,
that's a very interesting move, of course.
right? Well, I played G4 and E4 to park my knight on F5. Why don't I do it before it's denied?
Yeah.
And
I don't know,
Well-
Yasser. There's a lot of tricky options here. Like I might even
Right.
be able to play something like H5 in
right,
some positions, but I really think this requires serious calculation.
exactly.
Because of course I'm allowing knight takes G7 when I would love to go H takes G4, but
F6,
F6 is hanging. Like, you know, this could turn out to be a very exciting game actually. Knight takes
G7.
I
yeah,
mean, just some sample ideas.
You're
Like,
right.
who knows, right?
take on E6.
And
yeah.
then I might say, hold on, I like the bishop on G2 a lot as well.
Exactly.
I mean, a lot of crazy stuff here. That's
it could easily go
yeah.
in black's favor. Okay, great stuff. Okay, last one. Let's take
Yeah.
a look at Erwin Lamy
versus the other tournament leader.
Whoa, and
Wow.
we see a scotch and a crazy scotch. Instantly, I recall some analysis that I made in 5 Crowns. This looks to me like a position from my book about the World Championship match. And it
Really?
looks like a scotch.
Yeah, it is a scotch. It is a
Yeah,
scotch.
let's see how the players did it. Okay, the mainline scotch with Bishop A6. Gawain Jones, maybe not as famous for the scotch as Ian,
No.
but he won a beautiful game against Marcus
Yeah.
earlier in the tournament
No,
to take a tie of the lead.
Gawain is one of those players who also likes to play an occasional knight f3, an occasional c4, and not necessarily a classical e4 player. And when I say classical e4 player, I mean someone who always goes open Sicilian and goes Spanish.
Right,
So he's one of those guys who goes for the Scotch
Gotcha.
once in a while.
right.
Um,
But it's not
Yeah.
a bad plan, actually, if you're going to play a scotch and you specialize in it.
yeah, no,
Right?
absolutely. Absolutely.
It's a good...
It's always one of those openings that keeps on coming back. You think like,
Right.
okay, now black has figured it out. No, white comes up with some new idea.
Right.
Becomes a trend for a while. Maybe it dies down a little bit, and then someone brings up a new idea again. And that's kind of how it goes with a lot of openings. But some of them, you truly don't see them back for a long time.
Right.
Scotch always comes back every other year. pretty much.
yeah,
So
it goes in and out of fashion, and it was Gary Kasparov who brought it back into fashion. And there we have Bishop. Excuse me, I clicked wrongly there. Tuck, 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 and we see Erwin saying, "Oh, let me turn off my Bishop to G7. I'm getting the rook, but white is getting some great compensation." Talk. So the body count, first of all, white has a pawn. Now he's threatening knight c3, so you better take the exchange now or never. Bishop takes a1, rook c1, castles.
And it turns out that this move, 15 queenside castle, which at first sight looks anything but logical, this is a new move. So and,
Really?
looking at Aaron's time, it's not necessarily a prepared move. He only has 1 hour and 10 minutes. And I mean, that's a lot of time, but these guys start with 1 hour 40 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, 30 seconds per move. So he definitely did spend some time here. So this seems like what could be a highly theoretical fight at first sight, but having looked at the players' times, you might think that Gawain either is still in his preparation or just out, but Aaron certainly seems to be on his own already. And what a crazy position.
Absolutely. Well, let me boldly point out the obvious. Castles short would be a dreadful move
Oh yeah.
because of d6, d7. unmasking an attack. If that rook were to move, well, after d takes c6, you can resign. That's strategically just
Would I be able to
helpless.
still make this?
Thank you. Because otherwise it was
Otherwise,
dead.
yeah.
It was
The
dead.
first impression for me was also this is just done.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, of course, if you take with the bishop, I suddenly got rid of this d
Can.
takes c6 resource, so I might
Right.
still be in the game.
Thank you. Seriously, I had a blind spot in my mind's eye. I didn't see that one. Let me do it a different way in that case. Let me go knight d2 to new variation. Gain a tempo against the bishop for the moment.
Yeah, so bishop to e5 would be my
First thought, right?
Yeah, it seems like the most active move.
Active, absolutely. So now that you put your bishop on e5, so
I must say, d takes c7 looks like a very strong move.
rook e8. You do have a threat of a discover check.
I do have a threat, yeah.
That's annoying. I wanted
Very
to, I wanted to go rook takes and knight to c4 and claim great happiness.
I actually feel like rook takes c6 might still be an interesting try, because if you do
Go
try
for
to,
it, yeah.
let's say, win all my pieces,
Pieces.
then I still have a couple pawns left here for you, and d6 is coming next.
Some real challenges. Robin, we're going to take a first break, but when we come back from break, we have a very special guest.
Yes, we do.
A Dutch world champion.
Yes.
Tell me about him.
So his name is Roel. He's the new world champion in draws. So
That's the 10 by 10 checkers.
Yes.
That's
and he recently won the world championship here in the Netherlands, playing in a Dutch opponent.
so it was all Dutch final.
It's absolutely dominated by the Dutch guys.
Wow.
And,
I thought the Russians.
Well, we're going to be asking him a lot about this,
questions.
because chess and draws in a way has so many similarities, but I don't think the chess players and the draws players interact as much as they could be. I'm sure there's a lot of similarities. So I'm going to be talking about the World Championship with him, a little bit about, if he also plays chess.
Right.
A lot of chess players who play draws.
Ivanchuk.
Yeah, Vasily Ivanchuk, who's been
Right.
dabbling with draws as well. So that'll be very interesting. Make sure you watch that. And we'll be back after a short break.
The round will be opened today by a very special guest. We are very honored and proud that he is here. It is the world champion of drafts, Mr. Roel Boomstra. So for the chess players, I'm sure that they also are very happy that Roel is here. We are common mind games. So after the goal hit by Roel Boomstra, the games can be started. Good luck and enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Roel Boomstra, who is by now actually a bit of a Dutch celebrity. He recently became the World Draws Champion. And Roel, well, very happy that you're here. You had the honor of opening up the round today, hitting the gong. Is this your first time in Wijk aan Zee?
No, I've actually been here once before.
Okay.
But just as a regular visitor. I was just
interested in chess as a...
Well, I met Anis Giri at one tournament.
Okay.
We both played in China. There were the World Mind Games. And we spoke a little bit about chess and about drafts.
Okay.
So I promised him to come and see him play here one day.
Okay, great.
So that's why I was here 2 years ago.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, you very recently became world champion playing Jan Groenendijk, who's also from the Netherlands. I was following your match a little bit, although admittedly my draw skills are, bad to say the least. But you had a very interesting championship because I believe you also played in different locations throughout the Netherlands. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we played at 3 different locations. We started the match off in Groningen, where I live, and it was very nice to play in my hometown. I felt great there. It was just like being at home, and everybody was supporting me there. And after that, we went to Wageningen, which is where Jan lives. And at the end, we played in The Hague. Most of the match was in The Hague, and yeah, we had some very special locations there. We played in, I'm not sure how to say it in English, in the Eerste Kamer.
In the parliament.
In the parliament, yeah. It was a really special location, and
okay, so
it was very
that's
nice
great.
to play there.
Another thing I noticed, and after that, I would like to ask you a few questions about your match and kind of maybe how it's similar and not similar to chess matches, and how your experience maybe as a chess player. I heard you play a little bit of chess yourself. But first of all, what I thought was really cool is you had some sort of a cooperation with a big Dutch hip hop label, and so there were these rappers kind of promoting draughts and putting you guys on the map, also on television and so on. That's not something, unfortunately, that I've ever seen here with Dutch chess. I would love to hang out with the rappers, but we never get to do that. Could you tell us about that?
It was really special. It were just 2 totally different worlds, and somehow they got together because the Red Label was really enthusiastic. They said, well, we've got 2 young players, and we work with a lot of young musicians, and we actually both want the same. We want to be the best at our job. And yeah, they have a big audience and they wanted to show drafts to their audience.
Okay, was it the label Top Notch or was it another one?
No, it was Top Notch.
Top Notch,
yes.
right? Okay,
so I met some of the rappers, and yeah, it's a totally different world, but it was nice to meet them.
Okay, do you listen to a little bit of Dutch hip hop once in a while, or?
Well, when they became a sponsor, I started listening to it.
Oh, okay, great, that's cool. All right, so a little bit about your match. We of course recently had the Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin in New York, a very exciting match. Those players, they have lots of seconds, months of preparation, and I imagine that draughts is not that different. Could you tell us, like, how did you prepare for this match? I know you're also a student, so you actually managed to combine your academics and your career in draughts. How much time did it take, and how many people did? Well, you don't have to say who helped you, but did you have a lot of help from other players? How did this work in draughts?
The people who helped me are just open to public.
Okay. That's great.
But the first thing I did was taking half a year off of my studies.
Okay.
Just to prepare. And the second thing I did was getting a good team of people around me who could help me prepare for the match. And one of them is the national coach who decided to help me, Rob Klerk, who's been second 5 times at the World Championship.
Oh wow, so quite a track record.
Yeah, so he has a lot of experience. And also a friend of mine helped me, who's also a very good player and the same age as me, Wouter Sipma.
Okay.
He was number 8 at the last World Championship. And Alexander Baljakin, who also has tremendous experience of playing at the highest level.
Yeah.
Helped me prepare. And he also prepared some variations, especially for Jan, with me.
Okay.
So I had a really nice team with me.
Okay, and Jan, he studies as well on the side. He studies in Wageningen, right? And that's also where you played one of the
he studies
matches?
in Nijmegen, yes.
Okay,
close to Wageningen.
Right. He also had his team, but I imagine, because I think the chess world is fairly small in the Netherlands, but the draughts world, I believe, is even smaller. So I imagine you guys sort of you differ slightly in age, but you grew up together. You must have played a lot of games, but I also imagine you must have worked together, being very talented players both. Did that complicate things at all? Did you have overlapping coaches and whatnot, or?
We did have overlapping coaches, because the national coach Rob Klerk used to be the coach of both of us, and also Rick Keurentjes. He's the talent coach in the Netherlands. He worked also with both of us.
Okay.
But I've worked more with Rob Klerk, and Jan had worked more with Rick Keurentjes, so we decided to split them.
Okay.
Because it's also usually they're neutral. They don't help anyone when we play against each other. But when you play the most important matches of your career, it's a bit strange not to have them.
Right, and you both want to show your best play, so
we decided that for a while we split the teams.
Great. Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about chess. I heard that once upon a time you were also a member of a chess club in Soest, which is not so far from where I grew up. I actually started out my chess career in Baarn, which is just by the Soest Chess Club. So was it chess that you started with first, or was it immediately draughts and just trying out chess briefly, and it became draughts after a little while?
No, I was taught both. Of both games, I was taught the rules at home. And at one point, I decided to join the chess club.
Okay.
In Soest. And they had a really big talent back then, Daniel Stelwagen.
Yeah.
And they said, well, we taught him this way, so we teach all our kids this way.
All right, so it was a little bit standardized.
Yeah, it was pretty standardized.
Okay.
And it was not my cup of tea.
All right.
I wanted, just other things. They started with teaching me the rules, but I knew them. I said I know all the rules, but they asked me, and
they made it too easy for you. They didn't realize the
well,
challenge.
I was just wanting to play chess, and they started teaching me the rules, which I knew already. So it didn't work for me back then.
All right.
But I still like the game. I like to follow it. I know all the names that are playing here.
Okay, great. So, looking at the field, we have a lot of exciting games. Do you have a favorite player in chess as well?
Somehow I like Wesley So, because he's pretty solid.
Okay, well, we're a team then, because I tipped Wesley to win this tournament.
And he's doing well, so I'm pretty happy. But yeah, Magnus is the big favorite.
Of course, right? Magnus is a big favorite. But yeah, Wesley is really up and coming. I mean, he's really already set a third of the world right now, but he's one of those players who really, let's say 2-3 years ago, was still maybe around number 20, number 30, and now together with Fabiano Caruana, who I'm sure you know them as well. Unfortunately, he's not here, but really the new generation, right? Chess is becoming more and more of a young man's sport. I can attest to it as well, being a young grandmaster. How's it with draughts? Is it mostly, it was a very young match because your opponent, Jan Groenendijk, is only 18 or 19 years old?
Yeah, he's 18.
So, and you are?
23.
23, so a very young match, kind of like Sergey versus Magnus, but even younger, right? Is that a common theme in the draughts world as well? That maybe the computers help you guys get better and better at an early age?
Yeah, I think so. But at the moment, changing of guards is just happening. There used to be basically 3 Soviet players, and they were just too good for everyone else. And at the moment, a new generation is coming with the help of computers, and also with the help of a talent program in the Netherlands. We've been developing this, or the federation has been developing this program for about 10 years. And I'm one of the first to come through that program, and a lot of new players are coming through at the moment. At the last World Championship Juniors, the Netherlands took first, second, and third place.
Oh wow! So it's quite the program that they've set up. Do you see the landscape in draughts maybe move even quicker than in chess? Because even though we have a lot of great players in chess, I would not say that, for example, Wesley So is a new name to anyone. He was one of the youngest chess grandmasters in the world, has always been on the radar, but just maybe took a long time to really break through. In let's say 4 years from now, where do we see Roel Boomstra? Still world champion, still facing the same maybe Jan Groenendijk or the third player right now, or might we see completely different names appear again in the world top?
Usually it's pretty clear who's going to be a good player. Just in their age categories, they take top places. But it's difficult to say who's going to make the big jump. At the moment, Martijn van IJzendoorn is doing really well. He recently won the World Championship Juniors, and he took third place in the European Championship.
Oh wow, okay.
So, but there are a lot of big names at the moment who are coming through and will become grandmasters for sure. Will play World Championship.
And you'll be facing off with them soon, probably.
Or maybe just the old generation of Russians will try to take back their title. That's also a big possibility.
Okay. So now that you've actually gained the World Championship title for the first time, right? What is your plan like? You said you took a lot of time off from school. Are you back in university right now and sort of concentrating on the rest, on the other parts of your life, or is it actually such a motivator that you're the world champion now that you're thinking, you know what, I'll keep that on a hold and I'm going to defend this title and work very hard at it until I feel that I've really solidified this this new achievement?
It works both ways. I will start my studies in February again.
Okay. What do you study, by the way?
I study physics.
Physics. Okay.
Yeah. And it's been quite hard to do both, actually. The first 3 years of my studies took me 6 years. That's basically what I want. But still, it takes a lot of time from drafts. But also, I'm really motivated to keep my title. So it will be interesting times ahead.
Interesting times, and you have to weigh off, what is more important.
Yeah, but in drafts it's different, because in chess there's always a match for the world title, I believe. And in drafts you play a match once every 2 years, and the other year you play a tournament. So
so you could lose your title in a tournament.
Yeah, it's basically like in women's drafts. There's a knockout tournament coming up now, I think. And well, it's not knockout, but we have 84 players. And just the one who wins the tournament is the new world champion.
Oh wow! So we think Magnus Carlsen has a lot of work retaining his title. He's playing a match every 2 years, but for you it's even worse, because every single year you have to worry about, now that you have this title, how are you going to keep it, right? And the format's changing as well, as you said.
But I have to beat 83 players.
Oh wow!
to keep my title.
Okay. So not a lot of time for physics, perhaps.
But the good thing is, even when I lose my title, I'm allowed to play the next match.
Okay.
And I can try to win back my title.
All right. Okay. So you do have some privileges as a world champion.
Yeah, that's my only privilege.
Okay. Great. Well, let's have a quick look at the games together. I know you play some chess. We had this game with Richard Rapport and Magnus Carlsen. This was kind of a slow game. I don't think too much is happening here right now. We see Richard, he has to think about what to do about this pawn here on b4. Did you have, while walking around here in Wijkans, any game that maybe stood out for you? I'm not going to test your chess knowledge, don't worry about it, but maybe a game that you liked, and then we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of the day here in Wijkans.
Anish is playing against Aronian, right?
Yes, he's playing against Aronian. So Anish, personally?
Yeah, just a little bit. But he told me about his score against Aronian. Which was pretty bad 2 years ago.
All right. Well, actually, today's game looks very exciting. We're going to go over all the moves with Yasser a little bit later, but Aronian seems to be very aggressive today. He's already sacrificed an exchange. So you said Anish's score is very bad against Aronian?
It used to be. Okay. I think it's been better lately.
I think it's been a little bit better, but it hasn't improved dramatically. It seems that Aronian is really looking to win this game. He's taking on a lot of risk here, and also, Anish looks a little passive, even though he has a material advantage. Then, last two little topics I wanna draw upon before I let you go. First of all, everyone knows Vasily Ivanchuk in the chess world. He's one of my favorite players.
Yeah, I was really happy to see him. World Rapid.
Yeah, exceptional result by him. Great player, but it seems that he's making a little bit of a name for himself in the draughts world. Now, I don't want to say that he's a top player, but he seems to be very interested in draughts. There was even footage of him playing draughts right after winning the World Rapid Chess Championship. So here we actually see a video of him playing Jobava, who's a great player from Georgia.
But he was a surprisingly good draughts player as well.
Yeah, he is. You mean Jobava?
Jobava. I was really surprised, because I know Ivanchuk is a pretty good player.
Okay.
But Jobava was doing really well. He's one piece up here.
Yes, exactly. So and one piece up is normally, it's very often a winning position, right?
Yeah, it means you're at least close to a win.
And here we see, actually, this is great. We see Ivanchuk rushing to the stage. He was so into the game that he almost forgot to take his first place trophy. It's funny, they're playing with chess pieces, so it's a little confusing.
But I actually play at a 10x10 board, and this is 8x8.
Yeah, so it's a different game technically.
Yeah.
But so Ivanchuk has been making an appearance. Do people in the draughts world know him at all, or is it kind of like few guys know, like, hey, this is this really great chess player. Have a look at how he's playing our game.
We do know him.
You do know him.
And he had a collaboration with the world champion at that time, Alexander Georgiev. And he decided to take up chess. He actually played here in this tournament in one of the groups 2 years ago, I think. So Ivanchuk was teaching him chess, and he was teaching Ivanchuk how to play draughts.
Okay, sounds like a pretty good deal. They both have good teachers, it sounds like then. Last but not least, of course it's hard for you to make an estimation of, what is Magnus Carlsen like, what are all these chess champions like, but in your opinion, if you look at some of the best players that you faced, and personally being the world champion, what really makes a draughts player world championship material? What kind of outstanding characteristics do you need to make it to the top in draughts?
It's really different. Everybody has his own styles. You also see it in here in this tournament. Some players are really creative, others are more standard. But basically, you also need to memorize a huge amount of games and just a tremendous amount of opening preparation, of standard plans. And on top of that, you need to have something special.
Yeah. Could you describe? I know it's hard, judging your own game. I know it from chess as well. But what I heard from some of my friends who are in draughts, that in your last match, it was really the opening preparation that, at least in your first game that you won, which I think was probably quite important for the confidence and so on. That was really what gave you a big advantage. Is the opening advantage, is that maybe one of your big advantages?
Yeah, I know, pretty. I'm one of the best players in the openings, I think.
Okay.
And I can play a big amount of different plans, and that's different to some of the top players. They have like 3 openings to play all the time.
So you have a very universal style.
Yeah, and that's actually one of my main strengths, I think, because I worked with so many different trainers. I took the best of all their styles and combined it into one.
Awesome. All right. Okay. Well, Roel, I'm really glad that you joined us here. Maybe one day we'll see you play over here in the 9-round tournament or whatnot. But for the moment, it seems you're very occupied with your draughts, which is very logical. Once again, congratulations on the World Championship title. I know it's already sunk in a little bit, but I really think it's awesome that we have. We're doing so well at draughts as well as chess here in the Netherlands. I hope everyone enjoyed this interview. Once again, thank you for coming.
Nice to be here.
Well, enjoy the rest of the day here in Bijkanzee. Really.
I will.
That is my favorite Tata Steel chess moment. Maybe when tournament is over and if I play good.
Many very nice restaurants here in like.
Maybe from fish restaurant, which is closed already, unfortunately. But okay, in fact, there are a lot of moments because atmosphere in the Wijk is fantastic. Chess atmosphere that I like very much and appreciate.
When I won the Tata Steel Challengers, that was my favorite moment since I qualified to the Tata Steel Masters.
A dive in the North Sea, just to celebrate it's over. But yeah, that's basically my finest moment.
Who's your favorite world chess champion?
Magnus Carlsen.
Perhaps it will be in the future.
Bobby Fischer.
Kasparov.
Michael Toll.
From chess point of view, it is definitely Kasparov. I'm a big fan of Magnus because I like his spirit and his.
Magnus, who among your fellow chess players is the most stylish?
I don't know. I haven't thought too much about that. I think Anish will be disappointed if I don't say him, so I'll say Anish Giri.
He will be so pleased. Who is the best football mate?
It depends on who is the best and who is, the best teammate. In this tournament, I don't know. Tomaszewski played last year and was actually very, very good. Very solid.
You are missing him from this year.
I'm missing him in the football field for sure. And I would say Luke is decent, but I would never be in the same team with him. So.
Who is the best dancer?
I've been fortunate not to find out.
Who's got the best Twitter account?
I don't know. It all depends on whether you consider quality or activity or whatever. But maybe Anish again.
You like him a lot?
Yeah, I do.
Who's got the best jokes?
Me.
I think everybody agrees.
That was a joke, by the way.
Hello, chess fans, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Here we are in round 8. You enjoyed, Robin, the interview with Raul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've
you're
read.
a champion.
As a chess player, you have that natural inclination to look at other mind sports and wonder, like, how are these players and whatnot. And him being Dutch, of course, I read about him, and I was very curious, very happy to meet him once.
Right.
Very interesting guy. I mean, she's a world champion. I mean, gotta admire that, right?
Exactly.
So it was really, really interesting for me personally as well to interview him. I hope the people at home enjoyed it. There might be some Draws fans, overlapping both chess fans and Draws fans.
Right.
I'm definitely planning on actually visiting the tournament once now. I just talked to him a little bit in private as well, and just very interesting stuff, right?
Is there a Vikanze type of event in Draws?
Yeah, so they have what is called Heer Hugowaard Open.
Okay.
And
it's
that's
easy for you to say.
Yeah, that's actually a very tough name. So, but that's kind of like their Vikanze. That's the big open event, and also the top players are there. So it's very similar to Vikanze in that regard. And that normally takes place in June, I think.
Okay.
They're not quite sure what is going on with this year's event, but if that's going to go on, if any chess players in the stream are also interested in Netherlands, then in June, Heer Hugowaard Open, that's really the event. If you want to get a little bit into draws and you want to meet some people there, then go there, because that's the place to get started. Yeah,
the full flavor. Let's take a look at the game of Richie, as you say, and Magnus. Now, this is strange because Richie is playing correct chess, and you always think to yourself, how good would these creative players play or be if they just played, good, solid chess that everybody understands? And I actually think he's got a good position. Let's see what happened from the opening. We left it early. Okay, White fianchettos both of his bishops, and this is all very standard stuff. Queen goes to b1 with the very direct idea of a little grabbing some space on the queen side with the expansion b4. Bishop drops back to h7, also very standard, and there we have it. b4 takes, queen b6, bishop c3, takes. And now it seems to me Magnus really doesn't want to see doesn't want to see White getting a grip over the d4 and e5 squares. c4, c5 is some kind of a strategic threat that he was concerned about. Hence, he took the pawn on b4 at a cost. White won back his pawn and brought his rook to the 7th rank.
With some small dividends, you could say.
Yeah. So, more active position at the moment. Then e5, because again, you've got to get some compensation, or maybe trying to mix it up a bit with a move e5. Well, Richard, I was watching while we were on break, very quickly answered d4, and you could see that Magnus, in his body posture, was like,
good
move. Magnus avoided e4, locking down this bishop. You don't really lock down the bishop. The knight will jump to e5. This bishop will come out to a nice diagonal.
Talking about which bishop is really locked out, it's more likely to be black's bishop, unless you get time to, let's say, play bishop to f5.
Back to f5.
But again, c5 is one of those ideas as well that you have to be watching. Your c-pawn might become a little weak.
Exactly.
So e4 is not a move that appeals to me visually either.
No, and it didn't appeal to Magnus either. He played... Sorry. After d4, he took on d4, and this is the current position. So the question is, how is Richard thinking about his move? How is Magnus intending to meet the recapture knight takes d4? I actually think that given the choice, I would prefer to play white.
Initially, yes, but I figured that maybe here this could become sharp if black is able to play c6, c5.
Okay,
of
that's
course,
kind of the key challenge in the position, you're saying.
of course you're going to play knight b5.
Indeed,
understood.
I am.
But just if you were to play knight f3 back,
Yes.
this would be a major achievement for black, who can now shut down a lot of activity with d4.
Right.
And also the e-pawn suddenly becomes a little bit of a weakness. So,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
so positionally, this is like the dream for black, who now enjoys very easy play with rook e8. And also, of course, we see the bishop, truly a great piece now.
On h7.
Yeah. So c5 is a very challenging move.
Right.
The problem is white's gonna try to maintain pressure on d5, not letting that pawn slip up to d4 by playing knight to b5 with a tempo.
Exactly.
Now, the problem for black is, okay, if you play a move like queen to e6, at least there's c takes d5, and you get that somewhat scattered pawn structure, which normally speaking, this should be an achievement for white. Also, it looks very scary with black's pieces being a little bit all over the place.
Right.
So it becomes very, very direct chess. Queen c6 is the other option, but that stands right into the pin that, you know, black is trying to play d4, which won't be possible anymore. So this gives white a moment to think about how to increase the pressure.
Maybe
Queen a7 looks like a
rook
beautiful move for that.
C7, yeah. And like you say, I mean, black feels like he's really gummied himself up by putting himself. Grandmasters do not walk into self pins.
No,
no, they avoid them for very good reasons. You mentioned Queen e6. I'm actually considering the move d3, e2, e3 here, because I'm not too sure how I would evaluate this. A queen on e2 is simply damn annoying.
Yeah, it is a very well placed piece. And also the c-pawn might actually become an asset if you can start moving it up.
Yeah.
Knight to c5 might get into the position. So it becomes very unclear. Knight g4, good point.
Yeah,
looks scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. But on the other hand, after e2, e3 captures this pawn on c4, black is ready. Well, first of all, he's grabbed a pawn, damn him, and he's ready to play knight e5.
Knight
and
e5,
say,
maybe bishop to d3 if need be.
I'm not going to let you win that pawn back easily. I'm just looking at the position after. What's your thought? Knight c7. So that if I can play knight to c4, I'm a happy camper, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm just wondering tactically, what's going on here?
Queen to g4, is that an option?
Okay, and I'll
Keeping the defense of the pawn alive.
Right, I'll tickle you with the move h2, h3.
And now I want to play queen to e2.
And here I was trying to keep you out of e2.
I'm playing e3, doing everything, not to get my queen there.
And guess what?
Here I am again.
Bertha showed up. Okay. Let me take back my last blunder and play instead bishop f1. How's that for a cute move?
Yes.
I still have my dreams.
I don't feel so comfortable still as white. First of all, bishop to d3 is an option.
Okay. Bishop to d3. And now you can.
I can go
back,
queen
and
h5
now if I do end up capturing this pawn, you're going to take a wait.
No, you do have knight takes c4 here.
So you will actually have to take on c4. I'm not happy.
Yeah.
I'm not happy.
It seems that even though white has clearly better piece placement, black can create counterplay without having to use his rook.
Yes.
So that really explains to me why Richard is really having a good think here, because queen takes d4, although it feels less natural, maybe he sees a better reaction here after, again, the logical c5. Or at least he wants to check if he has some sort of queen f4 move or something. My first impression is, geez, this doesn't look like a big improvement at all, but it is maybe worth considering.
Actually, considering those other lines, the variations we were looking at, where black's going queen e2 and queen g4, I'm more drawn to this position, because my queen on a1 was not participating in those variations we're looking at. Here, if you do this, one of the things that I do like very much is that I've got such pretensions as just, I'm going like here, and on a good day, I put my bishop on d5 and kind of sit on the position, feeling happy about myself.
Maybe the d-pawn is also a little weak.
Yeah, if I get to grab
c5.
The game feels like it's getting closer to a draw than to anybody's initiative, but again, I didn't see all of this counter-attacking ideas after knight takes d4. This, again, as you say, Richie's in deep thought here as how to recapture on d4. It's kind of a challenge. What about this crazy idea? I rejected it, of course, because of c5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the same reason I thought it wasn't the...
Yeah, but...
Knight to c4 is the move you'd love to play, but does
Which
it work?
I will play. Takes knight e4.
Bishop e4, that looks like a bad move, right? Bishop takes e4.
Because then I take twice on d7?
Yeah.
Well, okay, first of all...
So queen e6 is what I thought is...
the right.
Yeah, still the...
And I'm a pawn down, and I've got to prove it very, very quickly. Well, black's happy.
Looks difficult for white again.
Yeah. So these are the challenges that Richie is facing.
In a seemingly calm position, a lot of tactics could just suddenly come to be, especially this line with knight takes d4s.
Right.
It could start becoming a very sharp game.
Knight takes d4, c5. Where did we go?
Knight
b5, sorry.
Queen e6.
Knight b5, queen e6. It feels like I need a goodie here.
It feels like there is a good move for white, actually.
Right.
But what is it?
Exactly. How about, drum roll, bishop f3?
Knight to e5.
I was thinking that if you took on c4, then I get the knight c7 variation.
And then you get your
setup.
Yeah, but knight to e5.
Knight e5.
Annoying.
You're very good at that. Do they teach that in the Dutch chess schools?
A lot of tactics, a lot of active play. Yeah.
Find out what your opponent is doing and thwart his intentions as best you can. Queen e6. It does feel, again, like there should be something good, but okay. If white is not quick and decisively so, black's going to get a good position. I'm going to fall back on the queen takes d4. Somehow there's more safety here.
There's definitely more safety, I fully agree.
Yeah.
Knight to e5 seems like at least you're neutralizing whatever black initiative could be created in all the other lines. This is very safe.
Mm-hmm.
And if Richard is really continuing in the style that we've seen today, this is very likely to happen.
Mm-hmm.
If Richard switches back gears to Richard that we know,
right?
Then knight takes d4, knight b5 will happen, but he needs to have a move in that line we looked at. So, although at first sight it feels good for white, it's again Magnus. He doesn't lose control over position so easily, and maybe there's something in here for white, but it's not going to be a straightforward, easy play for Richard.
Exactly.
But so far, I must say his b3 has worked out,
quite
surprisingly well, and he now needs to find a way to carry on in the solid style, reducing his risk.
Exactly. Well, intriguing, challenging position for both players going on there. Levon Aronian, capable of playing fantastically creative chess and bamboozling his opponents. I remember a game, probably Joel Latier would rather forget it, where he was black against Anatoly Karpov, and his bishop ended up on the square a8 with the black pawn on c6, and Joel lost a crushing loss to Anatoly Karpov. I'm looking at this bishop on a8, and immediately, I mean, that game made such
like
an
the Catalan
impression.
nightmare, right?
Yes.
But let's be fair. So first of all, what happened when we left off?
We left right
said
here.
f5.
We were more attracted to the move f5,
Mm-hmm.
and oops, let me just turn that off. We were more, no, I didn't do it. f5, knight c2 we were looking at, intending the grand maneuver here, and we saw that black had this opportunity to really seize the initiative, if you will. And we thought that this was going to be the most challenging. Anish took a different approach. He said, give me the knight and knight d6. In the style of Magnus, that game we mentioned between Pavel and Magnus, and after the move c5, spank.
Yeah.
Rook takes c4.
Feels like a necessary move though, because for example b6, a3 is hanging, b7, b6 would really be bad news for the white structure if black can force white to take on b6, a takes b6, just getting this tremendous pressure into a pawns. No, Aronian.
Just for example, what you were saying, this is a strategic gem.
Yeah.
Just wonderful for
exactly.
Black is a super happy camper here.
Yeah. So although probably this was very much planned by Aronian, rook takes c4 feels almost forced.
Right.
Positionally. So. And here, Anish took a full tempo to get rid of knight g5 ideas. Clearly, he was very worried about knight g. Is it really knight g5 that bothered him so much here, Yasser, to play h6? Because knight g5, I see this maneuver,
right?
But I also see black has knight f6 maybe at his disposal.
Mm-hmm.
At least tackling the e4 maneuver, so he can exchange that knight. h6 is really not the first move that comes to my mind, but it has been played. And it gave Aronian a bit of time here.
If you don't like h6, the other suggestion would have been
maybe. Actually, it's a good question.
Because the problem, you want to play b6, of course, and develop the bishop.
Yeah, but
then you weaken c6, and so knight g5 kind of takes on.
You have a very good point. It's true. I was thinking that I do have time for something like b6, but I don't. So h6, yes, it does make a lot of sense.
And Levon said, okay, now I have a pawn. And I'm thinking that I like this exchange sacrifice for white. I would especially like it if my pawn were on b2.
Yeah.
So I could go b4, b5 as a kind of a battering ram. But these moves were all played. Looks very good. Now, the move knight e5, that came as a surprise to me.
To me as well, yeah.
An exchange down, more or less, you like to keep as many pieces on the board.
Yeah.
I was thinking that Levon was going to play something like rook b1,
a4,
and
maybe.
try to utilize the a pawn, right? That wasn't his choice. He went for very direct knight e5, and after the pieces were traded, okay, black feels a little bit of relief, but this is a very, very good bishop. Even though I won't say that they're very good pawns, I do still have them. a5, logical. Rook b1, logical. Rook a7.
Yeah.
I thought a5 was making
bishop a6.
Right.
Yeah. But then again, bishop a6 would have left black somewhat worried about defending the c6 pawn. Not just because it's attacked once by the bishop, also because rook to b6 is something that white will play on the next move.
Yes.
And again, well, you do need to keep that c6 pawn. We saw actually Anish yesterday struggling very much getting rid of Magnus' c pawn, and when he did manage to do that, he was already lost.
Yes.
So I think Anish is thinking to himself, geez, okay, a c pawn, another free passed c pawn for my opponent. Let's try to not have that scenario play out again today.
Well, it's one thing having two blacks in a row. It's another having the same position that is bad, right? But his solution, what can I say? Bishop a8 makes a very sour impression.
Yeah, it looks very artificial what he's doing. There's two ideas to it. Either manage to exchange a pair of rooks with rook to b7, or play rook d7, rook takes d6, relieving the pressure in that way.
Getting rid of this guy?
Yeah.
And you were saying rook b7.
Yeah,
yes?
getting rid of one pair of rooks.
Exactly.
At least.
I like this move bishop e4 very much by Levon. first of all, I love moves that end up protecting our pieces, and especially moves that do a dual purpose, right? They're looking both ways.
Actually, sort of threatening to win an exchange with bishop g6. The question is if white wants to, but it is a threat, and Anish thought it was so important that he actually played the very ugly-looking move f5.
And now we talk about dark squares. Our compensation for the exchange, of course, is the dark squared bishop. When you see the move f5, you kind of go, okay, I'm winning something. So let me put the bishop, reroute the bishop for a second.
I think there's one important thing to mention.
Actually, I apologize. Bishop f3 also has a very similar
the threat,
threat of bishop h5.
One thing I think is important, Yasser, which is we're used to see Anish play very quick chess, not getting into time trouble. Today, we could see him get a little low on the clock. Although 28 minutes is nothing too worrying, they still have about 15 moves to go.
But an extra hour?
But Levon, an extra hour is what's scaring me a little bit more.
Exactly.
Like Anish, a little low on the time, but we've seen situations where both players who have around 25 to 30 minutes left for 15 moves. It's not unheard of, but Levon seems to really be blitzing out this, risky play, very, very enterprising chess, don't get me wrong, but the speed at which he's sacrificed this exchange, at which he's been, sort of provoking these weaknesses is impressive.
To say the least, yes. Again, these guys are just extraordinary players at the elite level. He had probably one of his worst games in the last several years yesterday against Sergey, where literally he lost tactically, he lost strategically. How do players deal with a loss? Well, the really great champions, these elite players, come back storming, and today I'm taking it back, by the way. I really much prefer the move bishop f3. And forget about the clock. I'm grooving to White's position. I really like it. And he's played bishop c2. So that was my first thought. I jumped off the track. He played bishop c2. What do you think Anish would have? How do you think he would have handled this threat of bishop h5? Not easily.
Not easily.
If he moves his queen, maybe queen c8 was.
Maybe queen f6 is that?
Queen f6 is a move. Yes.
Bishop e5, queen f7.
And then I just kind of
got a
sneaky feeling
tough here, rook to c8 or something like that.
Right, and just
it's a horrible position. But if there's one thing I've learned from Sergey Tivyakov, as a teammate and as a player and having played him, it's that when I see a position like this, I think to myself, Jesus, absolutely horrible. But Sergey, and it happens sometimes in these structures, this like pig structure, whatever he calls it, that black gets passive positions with some, but being some material up.
Right.
And if Anish can reduce the amount of extra weaknesses and so on that he currently has in the position and hold on to his pawns, to be fair, it's almost like a full exchange up.
Right.
So if he can engineer a way to, get a rook on d5, sacrifice it back, or sacrifice it for one of the bishops, maybe it's not all that bad. But the scenario for the moment looks unpleasant. At the same time, I don't think it's a straightforward way for white to get to the black king, for example. But yeah, it does feel very unpleasant, doesn't it?
For me, I understand what you're saying about resources, your material ahead. You can give it back at the right moment. That's the nice part about being up material. It's your choice. Having said that, one of my very early teachers, Jeffrey Parsons, was always quick to tell me, don't look at what came off the board, in this case an exchange. Let's look at what stays on the board. What is staying on the board I'm seeing is two very active white bishops. And my argument that Jeffrey would make is black is playing in piece down. The bishop on a8 is a piece. And if you're not careful as black, white may just play e2, e4 and get at your king.
that's what's worrying me most here, Yasser, e2, e4. Okay, let me try to make the move rook to d7, because I know Anish, he's looking for an exchange sack back here.
I will stop you, as they say.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I apologize. I'll take my move back and I'll stop you in a different way. No, then you play Queen F6.
Yeah.
No, I'll
Stick to the old plan.
stick to the plan. Rook to D1. Ideas of E4 for white, bishop B3. Again, you're playing a piece down, the bishop on A8. And we've just seen E4, by the way. Rook D7.
E4 immediately has been played. No, we actually have the position on the board here.
They following our analysis?
No, what has Anish played here? Oh, he played Rook B7.
Provoking Rook D1? Well,
Rook
thank
D7,
you.
and then E4. Now
Wow.
that really looks like he just gave up a full tempo there.
Oh,
and I was struggling to make a move here as black.
Even with...
Yeah, but this just looks...
This looks very bad.
Yeah.
White is definitely having all the fun here. No question about it. This is This is not good. This is not good for Anish.
I'm not so sure how
important the tempo is.
No, what I wanted to say, Yasser, is, you know what I think was really the wrong decision here by Anish, because I think we can agree that this is looking very bad now.
Right.
This bishop A8, Rook A7, bishop A8, it just wasn't the way. I think maybe even he had to sacrifice his A pawn, but he needed to get that bishop to A6 and hold on to C6 with the other pieces. And if that really wasn't working, then okay, bravo.
Then the position is really bad.
Then the position is, or the sacrifice is really good on Aronian's part. But the way this has progressed is looking, I mean, just having played F5 is such a
concession.
Yeah, such a concession. And E4 now, phew,
wow,
this is not looking pleasant at all.
That oftentimes I'm used to seeing a very dominant minor piece on D6. It would be a knight, right? I mean, it just reaches everywhere. But this bishop on D6, the more you look at it, you go, wow, that is really an invasive piece, and I just don't see how black is going to tolerate it. The rook on E8, the bishop on A8, very passive. The queen on D8, actually tied down to the A pawn, and in the meanwhile, white is opening lines, diagonals on the king side. This all looks really, really rotten.
And one of the problems, of course, is that it's very hard for black to find a way to exchange the queens. Exchanging the queens maybe would give you some hopes of, giving material back, maybe sacrificing a pawn or something.
Right.
But I just don't see a way of it happening. Queen F6, I think Levon is planning to just, and he did play that move.
Queen F6.
I was about to say, I thought maybe you can just take on A5.
I would. In fact, as you were explaining the issues facing Anish, I was thinking that if we got a position like this,
Queen E1 is a very nice
Queen
move.
E1, and just a lot of bad things. Again, the bishop on A8, that's the one that's staying on the board, and that's the one that's really looking septic.
Yeah.
Do you have that word in Dutch, septic?
No, we don't.
Very good.
I'm looking at the other Dutch people in this room. I personally don't know about it, but
all right. Let's go to the game of Pavel. That was that really great Najdorf game, and Pavel has played truly enterprising play. It was only the guardian angels that were protecting Wesley So that saved Wesley.
As Vishy said. Yes.
Whoa, this is your King's Indian.
this surely turned into something very wild.
We left it right about here, and you were explaining that a white has to make a decision, F3 or F4.
Yeah.
Let's see what Pavel's decision was, and drum roll, and it was F3. Okay. With the move F3, I don't know if it's this concern that the bishop would drop back to F2, but if you're going to take it, you got to do it.
Yeah, I think it is a legitimate concern. So.
And he took it, and he played F4. Now that's a real committal move.
Yeah, I agree.
To get squares, you got to give him, with the move F4, you could say that black is taking the square E3 under control, but aren't you giving
at first sight, it seems premature because, well, I think the point maybe is that if we look at this position, actually it's difficult to explain because I would say either knight to f6, probably knight ef6 feels like a natural move. And I mean, was Wojtas or was Radek worried about white playing f4 now? Kind of hard to imagine after having played f3 move earlier or 2 moves earlier. So why exactly do we need to play f4 so early on? Well, let's see how he played it. He actually followed up with a very quick g5. It's just really like a King's Indian, like you said.
Let's go for it. So there we see the knight, like a magnet, attracted to the central square. Ooh, this is actually nicely timed. Black was just about to go thump himself and put a knight on e3. Knight comes to e4 a la tempo to... You put a knight on e3, I'll put a knight on e6.
Yeah, and the one on e6 is definitely the winner.
Yeah, and the winner is. But now the capture means that, okay, you're not getting your knight anytime quickly to the... Whoa.
Very, very, very...
Super sharp.
Yeah, sharp, because c4 is still hanging. So black is really using a momentum here to advance his initiative on the king side.
All right, c5, and now it's bishop g4 is a winning threat. Queen g5. Radek says, hey, in my elementary checkmating books, I understand I get a pawn to g3 and a queen on h4. c6.
I must say, Yasser, I'm a real King's Indian aficionado, but I'm used to a little bit more power behind my attack. I see a queen, 2 rooks, I see a knight, but I'm used to having the light squared bishop. I'm used to having another bishop on g7 that might jump in through h6. And, well, I can definitely say that white has been moving very, very rapidly on the queen side.
Right.
So,
your fear...
He took on c6, actually.
Yeah, your fear as black is that when your attack comes, you might have run out of firewood.
Exactly.
You don't have enough miners
or
to...
the problem is that I might have enough to create a real attack, but by the time I'm there, guess what? There's already a queen on a8.
Yeah, and that, you mean a promoted queen. So c6 captures, bishop takes a6. Let me just check if we're up to date with the players. And
g3 has been played.
g3. Okay, so we just need to find a seemingly safe square.
Well, I think queen to f3 seems like the normal move.
Okay.
So black's idea to go for a mate, I mean, you can't allow h3. Well, hg is your
just
other
terrible.
option. Yeah, that also doesn't work. Yeah.
Because queen is coming very rapidly to the h4 and one of our favorite checkmates. So queen f3. Oops, excuse me.
Queen f3.
Queen
Now
f3.
white basically has the positional threat of h3, which would render most of black's efforts fairly useless.
So we better take this pawn.
You got to take
check.
it. And of course, the dream is to get the knight to g3 and engineer a new sort of mating pattern.
So let's see. Now, in the meantime, the rook is hanging.
Yeah, I must say, Yasser, my gut feeling tells me that this is not looking good for black.
Not at all. White is really, really fast. And let's just imagine, even I don't take the exchange, but you do get your knight to g3.
I mean, I mean, rook f6, rook h6, but we're ignoring a hanging rook on c8.
Exactly. And our intention, of course, is when the rook on c8 does move, I will take and maybe not promote on the a8 square, I'll promote on the c8 square. That's a little closer to the centralization. You feel it next to you. I also noticed that in a lot of games when white, especially Anish Giri, he has this favorite mechanism of defending his king side by putting a rook on the third rank and then just hacking whatever
comes its way.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty defensive mechanism that might prove useful if black does managed to launch some sort of attack. But my first impression is that
Pavel is in the driver's seat.
absolutely, absolutely, and this happened quickly too. I mean, both players actually have a lot of time on the clock, 50 minutes. So I'm really wondering, are we missing some very concrete action here, or is Radek? I don't know. Is he's not having his day after a bad loss yesterday? That's my impression for the moment.
Agreed. And again, Pavel really is really okay. He's in second place, but he's really been playing some great chess in Vaikanze here. Let's take a look at the game of Wesley So, our tournament leader. I understand that game is actually on fire. Here we are. Wesley So, Sergei Karyakin. Let me just remind ourselves. Yes, we got to this full game. Yes? Knight c3, a6. Talking about the Zukertort variation.
Yeah, this
with
is
white.
Zukertort on black side.
Exactly. You want to put the bishop on d6, and you don't want to
Any fun
be
stuff
concerned.
with knight b5.
Yeah, no funny stuff with knight b5. It is a tempo, but okay. Takes. d4, bishop. Well, I must say, regardless of the outcome at this exact moment, I'm really happy with white. I've had these with black.
Yeah.
I've had these positions numerous times, and I always really like my central control, specifically the square e4. I want to use it as a kind of a launching vehicle to do a rook lift, and just so long as I'm controlling e4, I'm
I
happy.
actually had a very similar position to this on the black side against Wesley a few years ago, but I think Wesley as white played it very well. He actually had his knight on b1 and exchanged bishops on a3 very quickly, and that takes the sting out of black's position in some cases, and I ended up defending a very difficult position with hanging pawns, which didn't work out very well for me.
Right.
This position I like a lot for black.
Especially this key bishop on d6 is doing a fantastic defensive job neutralizing the half-open c-file by keeping c7 well protected, also looking wayward towards white's king. So it's a really a dual-purpose bishop. a2, a4, kind of an intimation that maybe, just as we're talking about the great dark squared bishop for black, white is considering such plans. Knight e4, very natural. Knight e2. Well, that's really digging in on the king side, right?
Yeah, knight e2 doesn't look like the white king is lacking defenders for the moment.
Exactly. Now the move a7, a5. Kind of a different approach. So now maybe Wesley is thinking bishop a6.
Yeah.
Okay, now that the knight is unchallenged on the e4 square. Oops, I went too fast. a7, a5, knight f4, rook c8. It's strange. I think it's just the way my mind is geared. Whenever I see a knight on d7 and rook on c8, my spidey sense tells you, be alert to a bishop h3, rook e1. Rook e1 can sometimes be a prelude to a knight jump. Bishop b4, rook e2, knight c3.
That's a very odd exchange that just took place here.
Indeed. But again, these top elite players, boy, do they prize their two bishops. I mean, Bobby Fischer did as well. He called it winning the minor exchange. But that took a great effort.
Yeah, that took a lot of effort, yeah. And White did get some time to especially coordinate his rooks while not having to move the queen. Queen's actually doing fairly well on d1, I would say. It might want to go to d3, but then again, that could be a square for the knight too. All that being said, black's going to put that pawn on c6, and I really wonder where Sergei is going to get his play from.
Right. I just want to point out a trap. I believe it's a very strong trap, but maybe I'm not so sure anymore. The trap I was looking at was bishop a3, okay? Basically saying, I don't want to play the move c6, I want you to move your rook. And I was thinking there was an exchange sacrifice that was very favorable for white.
Yeah.
until my eye spotted the move bishop e3, and then I wasn't so sure.
And knight takes d5.
Knight takes. Yeah, I was looking at this.
Yeah.
I was too fearful of rook c1. In fact, knight takes d5 is good.
Yeah,
is
saves
great.
the day. Yeah.
Saves the day. Okay, so to avoid allowing rook c7, c6 was played. Knight came back to d3.
It actually continued there, Yasser. It was. I have to. We're
Go,
going
for
a
sure.
bit astray, but I think there
let's-
was still a queen a3 move there that maybe left things a bit unclear.
As well, queen a3. Well, sometimes you just have to count the bodies,
Yeah.
right? Like, what is the body count if I have to give up my queen?
I think it's a knight and a pawn for.
Not happy. Another, how's this is a funny one. Again, I was mentioning that whenever there's a rook on c8, a knight on d7, my spidey sense tells me.
I must say, it generally feels very, very risky for black.
Exactly.
I feel that there's something for white.
Exactly.
Maybe knight d3 is actually a nice way, because also the bishop has to go to like h6 or g5, which looks weird. Your bishop h3 is going to come in, and the light squares are just so weak. You're going to get at least a pawn, another pawn here as white in one of these lines, and probably with dividends. So it's very sensible by Wesley to say, okay, I'll give you your c6 and go back bishop to d6. Yeah.
Okay, but as black, I would never be so compliant. I would play bishop a3.
Bishop a3 now?
Yeah, bishop a3 now, kind of drive the rook. Okay, I drive the rook from what I consider, if you're creating it's the Dutch school of annoyance,
Yes,
right?
the Dutch school of- no,
you drive the.
You've been taught well here in America.
Yes, exactly. Oh, look, you're rubbing off on me. What can I say?
No, I do believe that rook b1 was Sergei's idea, because at least I don't know if it's a plan that you're supposed to go for, but it feels like b4 is one of the few pawn breaks you have left at your disposal in some positions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say queen to d2, but knight f6 is also okay. Knight f6. Yeah, you will play that move. Yeah, no, I like bishop a3. I'm not going to go against my nature here.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop to d6 was chosen. Queen d2, g6. Okay, hard guesswork. Queen c3, I understand about taking control of certain squares.
I honestly think,
looks
yes,
a little artificial.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley played rook f8, and black's position is great. I really think black's position. I mean, you're not supposed to lose that bishop on b2. It took a little time for Wesley to get back his bishop, to d6, but all in all, fairly weak dark squares. At any moment in the game, black can still decide to go c5 when it suits him. He has to always take care of that a5 pawn. If white captures, you'd like to play b takes most of the time, but there's no need for it. Black has all the time in the world, and it just seems that Sergei, with moves like queen c3, almost showing like maybe I'm running out of ideas here, because knight to e5 was just prevented. What else can he do?
Not easy. Definitely, I'm with you 100% on this one. I think Wesley So has simply outmaneuvered his opponent Sergei in this game, and he is looking good. I've been told that Adiban's position has gone berserk. We left it.
No, we haven't.
We haven't seen it. I was actually when you were on break. I was with Vidit, and we had looked at his position, and we were laughing about Paskarin's style, as he's completely unpredictable.
Yeah,
he's really all over the map. From a tame e4, e5 opening, g3. Both players being shadowed. I'm going to go quickly to their position at hand. This move, knight h4, is the gong.
Yep. White would love to play f5.
F5 would be a dream come true. This bishop could easily become ensnared by white's pawns. Hence, black had to surrender the center with e5 takes f4.
And really what it represents now is some sort of close Sicilian, especially as black has played c5. You have players in the closed Sicilian that like to play it with e6. I fall under that category. I like to be flexible. But a lot of players do prefer to put their pawn on e5 and create sort of a Botvinnik structure.
Right.
And there, very often, as Dimitri did in this game, you go e takes f4, and this type of position is reached. So, Adibon is just, like you said, he's all over the place, and I don't know how you can create a closed Sicilian out of e4, e5, but these players certainly managed.
Exactly.
And it looks like a fairly unclear position to me.
Okay, let me ask the direct question. I'm a pawn grabber. Why didn't you grab the pawn?
Good question. I'm thinking it's knight takes g6.
Knight takes g6. That is a good answer. I must say that I was looking in the wrong directions. I was looking at, pardon me, some direction like this, but knight takes g6 actually looks very decent.
It is complicated. Bishop takes g2.
Right.
Oh, I could also take on e7, but initially I wanted to go takes on f8.
Right.
But then maybe there's some sort of queen h3 idea that at least
ends up trapping this knight, you mean?
Looks.
Moves have been. A draw has been agreed.
Okay.
I think Sergei will be very.
I think he'd be glad getting a draw in that position. Wesley just wants to consolidate his plus score, but
very pragmatic approach.
Yeah,
you're playing the challenger. You're black. A draw before the game makes sense, but not at the position that had been achieved.
Yeah. Now, that leaves a little bit of a bitter taste because Wesley seemed to have been outplaying Sergei there a little bit, and although maybe the achievements were, not
small,
not huge for sure, but
on his side of the table.
Yeah. So Sergei, I think he's glad to draw this game, and he used his two whites this weekend very well. Beating Aronian and then a draw with the leader in the tournament. Nothing wrong with that. Wesley's. He thinks I escaped too many times, and I just need a bit of a payoff here.
Or the Guardian Angels need a bit of the
Guardian Angels. They decided that today is the day to relax a little bit. Next time we have a rest day, and Wesley will come back stronger and hopes to not rely on those angels as much anymore, so to speak. Right.
I think I had even a more direct reason why bishop takes h3, by the way, should not have been played. How about this one? Knight f3. So the idea, of course, is give me your bishop and give me an opportunity to checkmate. If you take bishop takes,
very nice.
And Verrassing, surprise.
Yes, very much an Adibon style, I would say.
You can't guess.
He just suddenly comes at you with the mating threats. And
exactly.
Yeah, this is truly a very nice combination.
So the bishop had to drop back. The rook slid over. Queen back to d8. Well, I think for a closed Sicilian, this is a nice achievement for white.
Knight b1 surprises me beyond
comprehension.
Anything. Yeah, I do like the idea of moving that knight, but if you decide to make that typical backwards retreat to go c3, very typical for close Sicilian positions, then go to d1. Of
exactly.
course, e3, g4, f5, maybe even d5 again. Much better square for that knight. What on earth made Adibon decide to go to b1? I can only think about one thing, Yasser, and that is, although it's far, he's thinking about the g5 square.
Knight d2, knight f3, knight g5.
Right, but you would think that with your knight on h4, there are shorter routes to,
other ways of getting to knight to g5. A very surprising move. I agreed again. Knight d1 definitely would have gotten my attention. Quite possibly, I know it looks a little bit anti-positional. Could he have even considered the move knight d5? Oftentimes, I saw, when I was a young kid, I saw numerous times that Vasily Smyslov, he was a big fan of the white side of the close Sicilian, would get such structures, put his bishop on e4, strand the knight on the queen side, like a knight would end up, I don't know, on b5 or something. and then he just like smashed the guy on the
Yeah.
king side. Knight, okay, with knight d1 would have been a first choice. Knight d5 would have been a consideration, with or without the move g3, g4. Knight b1 would not have been on my agenda. d5, sensibly striking
Sensible,
back.
yeah. You know, you just left the center for grabs, and
we're here and
yeah.
okay. Well, let's play in, if I can describe it, Bhaskaran style. Let's.
Yeah.
Having said A, we say B. We drive the knight home.
Knight to d2.
Two. Okay. You mentioned on a good day, White is looking. Well, he's looking maybe at two squares, f6 and g5. Knight e5.
Knight e5, yes.
The only move. Well, only move is strong. A decent move. May I take? You will recapture, I'm assuming. It's not forced. You could also consider bishop takes. Knight e4.
Feels a little scary.
Definitely scary. I mean, a lot of bridge burning is going on here. d3, but
Knight to g5, yeah.
this is carrying the big club.
Yeah.
You know,
Larry, right?
Larry. I mean, when he hits you, you know, but there's a big impact here being felt. G5 and f6 squares. Dmitry, who's had a very clean tournament, I want to say, only draws, but yes, in such an elite field, nobody has beaten him, and Bhaskaran is, and here he has done it. He's played knight d2.
He's played knight d2, you know, leaving the pawn on c2 for the taking. But
he
it's not.
didn't.
It seems to be an immediately like poison pawn. To be fair, I mean, knight
Right.
takes c2 here.
You really don't want to do that, but let's see why not.
Knight df.
By the way, d5
Yeah,
takes
d5.
e4 was quickly.
Played immediately. Yeah.
I'm assuming
Knight f3, I thought here.
yes. Oops.
Yeah, and knight to g5.
Oops. With the famous double attack. That
Yeah.
would have been a refutation of that one.
So d takes e4
E4.
instead. And I guess that what Dimitri's counting on with the knight on d4 instead of c6, what we saw is knight to f5.
Exactly.
But probably the e knight, right?
Yes. Let's get rid of. So we get rid of a pair of knights. Yippee-yay. What are we missing?
What is
here?
going on here? Rook takes f5.
No.
Oh, that is very sharp. That's actually queen. I was thinking, yeah, because
Queen
knight
d4 check,
Yes.
knight g5, queen d4 check, queen g7.
Rook takes e4 here.
Oh. Wait a minute. What's going on? I mentioned that Smyslov loved the bishop on e4. He loved it on e4 for a
GF.
reason.
But I'm going to g7 with my queen.
Ah, yes, you
That's
are.
the resource that
Dimitri's counting on.
But that's a lot of calculation. He already calculated all of this out before even seeing knight d2. And by the way, we have d takes e4, I believe, on the board. If we go to the let's
Current
make
position?
sure that we got the right position. Yes, we have the following position that we were just analyzing on the board. So this game's about to turn really, really exciting. Of course, and Adibon playing rook takes f5.
Yeah, baby. I mean, let's take a put it on the
Okay,
board.
let's put it on the board.
Yeah.
Rook takes f5. We have to take with our knight, normally speaking.
And let's take it again with a rook.
Okay, I'm gonna take with the.
Now you see it right away.
But is this some? This is a big miss by Dmitry then.
Exactly.
So the point we're talking about is that
Threaded maiden won.
and my great resource here, queen d4 check, is suddenly
Yes.
stopped. And Adibon is really quick to see this. So knight takes f5 has actually been played, and another
the
rook
old
follows.
double rook sacrifice.
Okay, and if I check now, of course, rook to f2, and white's
Thank you
just
very
up
much.
a whole bunch of material.
Two minor pieces for a rook, but the queen on h6 is the dominant superpower in the position. And for the first time in the tournament, I see Dmitry actually fondling, I can't think of a better word at the moment, a capture piece as a distraction.
Yeah. I mean,
this looks.
I think Queen D4 check is your only move, really.
All right, and
Rook F2, and I'm gonna have it now, but it looks horrible. Yes.
By the way, do I have to play Rook F2? Can I play King G2? King H2? Pardon me.
You can play King H2.
Because again, no matter how you capture, I'm looking at a Knight F6 in the position. No, you don't. I mean, you play it because it's forced, but it's horrible. 3 minor pieces versus 2 rooks.
I mean,
no.
it's simply horrible based on the position. I can't even take on F5 on the next move.
Yeah.
But I think that the Queen H8 is more or less the only move that.
Right. So fair enough. Rook F2 is
and
the
this
superior
has been played.
choice. Queen, so a beautiful combination here by Bhaskaran.
And we were criticizing this move Knight B1, but clearly threw off.
Shame on you
completely.
I was always a great supporter of Bhaskaran.
I think we have it all on video, Yasser.
Don't rewind the tape. Rook, Queen D4 check, Rook F2. Let's just, and is it as bad as it looks? The answer has to be yes. I mean, okay, we're staring down a win on the spot with Knight F6 check, which means that we're either going to have to play F5 or F6.
The problem is Yasser, and this is why actually F5 it doesn't immediately lose, but most likely Adiban will go for. Well, he's gonna consider Knight takes G6, by the way.
I would. Knight takes G6 looks like a really juicy. Oh
no,
the Queen G7.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah, so the initial line I was thinking about.
Yes.
At least you don't lose more material, but it just looks like a lost ending here. You know, and I'm gonna take your bishop obviously,
of course.
and I mean, chances of survival, well, close to 0.
Absolutely. Another really nice point, by the way, is we know how crucial defensively the queen on D4 is. Can we toss in a C2, C3 just to be annoying? If you go back to G7, then I've got the C5 pawn that I would happily munch.
Yeah, also nice. Actually, there's a very nice point in this line, Yasser.
Please.
If you go Knight takes G6, takes,
back. Ooh, sweet.
And that actually probably is the worst of everything that we've seen so far. But although C3, I mean, really, it's up to Adiban to decide how he wants to win this.
Sign me up. I like this one. I like this one very, very, very much for white. That looks simply scintillating. A beautiful, beautiful game indeed. Oh my goodness. Robin, I'm being told really terrible news. Your being a professional student means you may have to go back to Rotterdam and prepare for your studies tomorrow.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the case.
Naughty you. You haven't been studying enough to get yourself ready for Monday. But I really want to thank you for being with us. It was really a great pleasure. Robin.
My pleasure,
Robin
Yasser.
Van Kampen.
Yeah.
You've been wonderful. What a weekend.
But the good news is that you will have 2 new guests. We have Anna, who's going to come by, Anna Rudolph, working with all the media and the communications. Very nice girl. And then a grandmaster I actually invited for you because I knew I was going to have to leave a little early. You know, being Anish's former second, of course, I'm also a friend of Anish's current second, which is Vidit. And a very strong player, 2680 rated. He's walking around here in Wijk aan Zee.
Super talent.
Yeah, super talent, my age, and a very nice guy. So he's gonna come by later and help you commentate and give some of his own thoughts on the games. And surely he has something to say about Anish's game today.
Exactly.
So you're not left alone. I really enjoyed it. I hope everyone had a good time while I was here, and please keep enjoying the games. Again, great work by Adiban. A lot of exciting games. Don't forget about the Eljanov game.
Yes.
So lots of exciting stuff going on today. And well, I hope to be back in Wijk aan Zee maybe later as a visitor, and otherwise you'll see me around. So,
Robin, a great pleasure. We'll take a short break, and we will be back with our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
The round will be opened today by a very special guest. We are very honored and proud that he is here. It is the world champion of drafts, Mr. Roel Boomstra. So for the chess players, I'm sure that they also are very happy that Roel is here. We are common mind games. So after the goal hit by Roel Boomstra, the games can be started. Good luck and enjoy.
not the one.
3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament here in Vaikanze. Your host, Yasser Seirawan, joined by Anna Rudolph. Anna,
Always
welcome
a
again.
pleasure, Yasser.
Wow.
Replacing Robin, that's an extra pleasure.
Replacing Robin is extra pleasure. Well, we had thrills and spills yesterday, and just as much drama and excitement going on in today's game, with no respite for the weary. These are really great stuff.
I was telling you that I was expecting a calm day after yesterday's storm, but
no,
it's always windy in my country.
True that, and well, we've really seen some dramatic games. Levon Aroni and Anish Giri on your screen. Bhaskaran versus Dimitri has been a scintillating game by the Indian Grandmaster. Really great stuff. Big strategical slugfest going on between Richie and Magnus. But yesterday's drama, Magnus Carlsen, there was a funny incident. What had happened was Anish had just played the move E2.
Yes.
And I was explaining to the audience that Bishop F3 and this checkmating pattern was occurring. Exactly at the moment, Sergey came in and sat down. And I said, Sergey, before you show us your beautiful win over Levon, let me just demonstrate what I wanted to show. And as I was showing the checkmating pattern, it occurred to me that this was the exact echoes of the last game of the New York. And I was doing everything in my power not to say to him, does this look familiar? He would have never returned to the show again.
You did a great job, Yasser, for the sake of all the chess community out there.
But, amazingly, Anish didn't see the checkmate. It came as a surprise, and you interviewed him.
Incredible. We interviewed him right after the game, and we have a clip of that because we could not believe it.
Let's take a look at the clip.
Rook F7. You can wait. Where's my piece? I played queen, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you page 5 check?
Yeah.
I played
King F8. Rook F5, King G8.
Yes. No.
Rook C8.
Can just
G7, Rook F7, King H6, Rook H8.
It is simply mate, yeah?
Yeah.
It's similar to the
okay.
F6, yeah? Of
Sometimes the goal in chess is checkmate.
Yes, it is.
And it's as simple as that.
How likely is it that the world champion, or not even the world champion, anybody on the level of the Masters, misses a mate in 3?
And a forcing, and if there's one player in the world that really does know that pattern, it was Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly.
So,
The same,
inexplicable.
Same pattern without the queen sacrifice. If he had a queen to sacrifice on H6, he would have realized.
Yeah,
but just like this, check, no sacrifice.
Right.
Incredible.
A great save. And Anna, you have been very instrumental working behind the scenes on social media. Talk about that, if you will, a bit.
We are waiting for your questions. Everybody in the audience can ask questions by using the hashtag #PopYourQuestion. So hashtag #PopYourQuestion on Twitter. And that means that I will usually interview
the players,
the victims.
Yeah. Or the victors.
Exactly. But besides the chess interviews, we also ask them the question of the audience. So, guys, it's your chance to ask the question you've ever wondered about Magnus, about Anish, about Wesley, about anybody you want, or in general, the Masters. So, hashtag #PopYourQuestions, send those questions in before they finish their games, because I will run and interview them and ask your questions as well. We always select the best questions from the audience.
All right, and you've covered topics such as best books, best quotes.
Exactly, even like if they play an instrument, who is the player whose style is so different from theirs that they cannot understand it. Any topic. There's so many good questions coming from the audience. I really appreciate that they are so creative and coming up with subjects that normally in a chess interview you would not ask.
Yes.
So it's really nice. Guys, keep those questions coming. Hashtag #PopYourQuestion.
Good fun, just good fun going on. Adiban, has he done it right? Well, I was not so sure. I think he would have put the finishing touches on a masterpiece if after F5 he had played knight takes G6. that would have been a very nice finish. What we had seen is that after takes on g6, queen g7, this beautiful move, knight f6 check, 2 pawns up for white, and that would have scored him a well-deserved victory. Instead, he's gone in this direction, a much superior ending, of course, but his opponent, Dmitry, can kick and shout for quite a while. Of course, white should win this game.
Yeah, that's a game to finish soon. And also I see Aronyan is about to finish. I need to run and interview him.
All right.
I need to run, but I'm expecting your questions, guys. # pop your question, and you will have a new guest joining right now, I believe.
Right, with it.
Somewhat higher rated than me, but just a bit.
Just a bit. Don't be intimidated by these high elo types. Come on in, with it.
Hi.
Welcome. Well, I see you're wearing a very, very big smile. That is because your countryman, Baskarin, is inspiring fans.
He played a great game, I think.
He did. And he's been playing such an enterprising chess. And we
Especially his openings.
Yes. Well, we were talking on a break, and you were telling that some of the players here had been laughingly asked, whose style can you tell us that you don't understand? And several
Adiman was popular, yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, where would you like to go? What games is it that are inspiring? Anish? Yes,
How's
where
it
are you? Well, I think Levon had been playing a strategic masterpiece, actually. We were back around these parts when Robin and I were looking at each other saying,
it's a very sad position for black.
Oh, without question, that bishop on a8, that's just no way to treat a bishop, right? e4, queen f6. Here, actually, I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, I was also wondering about queen f5.
I saw a variation that was looking like this, and I just thought...
Bishop b3 and queen e1. So.
Exactly. That queen e1, and we're about ready to sign score sheets in a short while. Levon...
He played queen
c7. Certainly nothing wrong with that move either. It really... If black ever had a dream...
You've already still, actually, black could have played better, I felt. Maybe f4 was a bit too much, I thought. Maybe instead
Here
of
he played f4?
Yeah.
Ooh. You think,
yeah.
This is just
because
so
he gets the
unpleasant.
G file and then it's very difficult. But okay, it's
already
unpleasant, yes.
Yeah, the mistakes. If we're going to save black's position, we have to go back a few.
maybe if he just waits like this, I don't know. He can maybe hang on. I mean, at least try to. Because once he played f4, I thought, okay, it was.
Now it's more another pawn, and it just looks very bad. Let's see, e5 again. Queen h3. Okay. Tempting would be f4, f5, right?
Yes. I see some fun position on the board right now.
Okay, queen h3. Anish gave back the exchange.
Yes. But still, his pieces are very bad.
Terrible. f3. Bobby Fischer wrote a whole book about back rank mates, right? h4, and we're up to date, but
he's resigning.
He has resigned. Let me just get an updated how the final moves. This looks like just, one of those beautiful all-star games that we have seen in Vaikanze over the years. No perpetual check.
And the king goes to h5. Yeah.
And that bishop on a8 remained out of the game. Again, don't count what's off the board, but rather what remains on the board. That bishop on a8 was never a factor.
Left played a great game, especially the time. I see that he has like an hour or something still on the clock.
Wow. Yeah.
More than that.
When he's got his mojo going,
Yeah, he played.
he's really
It
really
was
good.
typical Lev game.
Yeah.
Today.
Have you played with Levon?
Yes, I played him in Rapid. Both times I drew.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've not faced him in classical chess yet.
Not yet. Well, you're looking for your opportunities to get into these elite
Yes,
events.
for sure. I would love
Absolutely.
to. I would love
Absolutely.
to play.
As you look at your professional schedule in 2017, what tournaments are you eyeballing and saying, okay, look forward to seeing you there?
I'm helping Anish here. So
Okay,
after
you're
this,
a second for Anish.
Yeah, and then after that I'll play Aeroflot Open.
In the Airflot in Moscow?
Yes, and then immediately after that India-China match. There's going to be a battle between the Asians.
Okay.
And then Dubai Open, Reykjavik Open. So
Okay.
big schedule up.
Big schedule, but I'm hearing a lot of opens. I want to see you mix it up in
some close
close tournaments with
maybe
these
after
guys.
I win some opens, I can join the elite group.
Very, very good. Okay, well, look forward to that. Great game by Levon. Let's see Magnus Carlsen's game. When we left it, this was actually a very significant key moment right here as to how we wanted to recapture the pawn on d4. It went like this. Robin and I were primarily focused on queen takes d4. Oops, let me turn off the auto update. Queen takes
C5?
d4. Yes. c5. We
Queen
were
F4, yeah,
queen
I was
f4. And if there was a trade and another trade, there was
Knight
ideas,
E5.
yes, of knight e5 and rook c7.
This is fine for white, yes. for
Yes.
Sure. Maybe he's even better in the last position.
Precisely.
But after queen f4, maybe queen a6 is possible.
Queen takes d4, not queen f4, but queen e6 you were mentioning.
a6.
Queen a6.
Yeah, and get d4.
New variation. Queen a6. And then you want to play d5, d4? So for example, after rook e5...
Rook c7, d4, yeah. Similar to what he got in the game, actually.
I see. Oh, pardon me, d4. I was wondering if you wanted to give me a check first, because I'm not sure. Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's a bit messy. I agree.
Yeah, well, good fun. I mean, also, I'm not... Oh, sorry. Let me take this one back.
What happened in the game, actually?
Yes.
After knight d4?
Well, what he did play knight takes d4, c5, knight b3.
d4.
d4.
I like bishop h3. It was like teasing black a bit. Queen a4, queen a3 in the area.
Yeah. Well, bishop h3. I like the long diagonal. I'm kind of a long diagonal guy myself. Queen a7. I don't know what that actually does or not. I'm not sure. Let us see how Richie played it. Bishop h3, d3. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise to me. And let me just update my board.
e3.
e3. Whoa.
I'm not sure about this.
I understand that the pawn is blockaded on d3, but that is a very, very powerful passed pawn. Magnus has gained a clear plus here.
I think so. Knight e4 is coming next. Yeah, it looks a bit sad for white now. Knight e4.
Knight e4 is a real... I was about to make a suggestion of queen a7, but I was thinking, okay, if I go queen a7, I will hit the pawn on c5, but knight e4 really stopped me in my tracks.
Although it's still...
Let me update the players. Bishop back to g2.
It was
stopping one idea that we just seen with knight e4. Oh, well, this is still a strategical game, but let's go to the game of Pavel Elyanov.
It was a very wild game.
Absolutely. And when we
Wow. What a
Okay.
position.
For connected pass pawns, right? Okay. We left it with Robin just at this moment after G3. We thought Queen F3, and we thought Black was in deep trouble.
Me too, yeah.
Rook C7. One of the reasons that we felt that Black was in deep trouble is that if White ever gets the opportunity to play H2, H3, you just kind of put a kibosh on
for sure.
and no more attack. Pavel
I didn't
said,
like DC6. Maybe Bishop C4 was possible, and then A6 maybe. I don't know, I'm not sure, but I thought this was the move.
looks like a very natural move, actually. You just
Go
getting
A6 and always this pawn, you get some counterplay if Black tries to attack on the king side.
right. And now you're actually threatening to take this pawn with check as well.
Yes, king H8, A6, and I don't know what's going on. I hope I'm not missing anything.
Well, also, I just
H3,
again
just
just
H3,
boldly
yeah.
point
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
no this is no.
Yeah, I think Black will play Bishop C4, GH2 first to avoid.
Right.
Yeah, I think Black should take it.
Has to, yes. New variation, and King H8. At least
knight
here,
H4.
you're in with a shout
Yeah,
of swords.
I agree.
Okay.
So what happened? D6?
D takes C6, takes on H2, King takes
Wow.
H2.
D5.
Wow. D5. Well, the nice part about that is you were just about to point out a variation where the bishop would be very nice on C4. In this case, you take the knight has a new square.
Yeah, I think Black has to act very fast, and that's what he's doing.
Indeed. But having said that, Poor can check.
Was it needed?
Was it needed? You mean
Rook G7.
Rook G7? Oh my. There are ideas like this.
Maybe 93 also.
90 E3. Hamana. Okay. Let's play. I don't know. I mean, I always admire Anish Giri playing moves like Rook A3 in such positions. So he chops anything that comes along the third row. Well, this is just
super complicated.
Yeah, this is just a mess.
How much time do they have?
The clocks from the board that I see is 20 minutes for Pavel, 35 for Radek. So he's kind of happy, I guess. Yeah, well, we're beyond fun already. I mean, this is like, okay, let me just update the player, and we've just seen this move, Queen H6 check, not the Rook D7 move.
Maybe
Queen
H3. He wants to play Queen D6 or after Queen H3.
Certainly. So Queen H3, Queen takes D6.
Yeah, maybe this pawn was a bit dangerous, so that's why.
Well,
it's very hard to say.
Exactly. It certainly it has that feeling that White's going to get a queen on A8, and Black is going to get something against the White's king. You know, I don't know. A Rook is going to show up on G7, a Knight is going to show up on E3,
we Rook G7, King H8. At least Black's moves are a bit easier for now.
Yes.
But that does not say that Black is better or something.
Right.
But at least his moves are clear. Next few moves, Rook G7, 93, something like this.
Exactly.
With White, I don't know where to put my pieces.
Exactly. You know, the more I'm looking at this position, the more I'm thinking to myself, why didn't I play H3? I should have just played H3, not allowed such counterplay. Yeah. And, you know, okay, on a really bad day when things really go wrong for White, there's a sudden discovered check too, right? I'm not going to be very happy answering such a check if that ever happens. You know, I mean, with Rook G7, you're right. I mean, it's very easy to find moves for Black here. Moves like Bishop B7, even if you end up winning the game, you know you're going to have a terrible, terrible time facing, very frightening threats.
I'm not sure if this wins though.
Yeah, well,
Rook G3 and
Rook G3 and, Let's just get an update and we will return to the exciting game.
yeah, this is what happened. Queen
This,
D6.
we are, so that actually, and again, we're just sitting here saying, okay, if we were white,
Yeah, I would not be happy.
you would not, you would be feeling the pressure, and definitely big pressure.
Yeah, this is every knight of players' dream to get such,
Yes.
rolling pawns on the king side.
Well, I also, at certain moment, I made an annoying effort to try to understand the Sveshnikov with very, very bad results. But I'm just kind of looking at this, and I've seen some like vague recollections of Sveshnikov games
it's similar pawn structure.
Yeah, where black gets a rook G7. Robin, who was sitting in your seat earlier, he says, "Well, he's a King's Indian defense player." And,
He must have liked black for sure.
Exactly. He's saying, I lose a lot of King's Indian defenses, but boy, I have a lot of fun in them as well. Really, a double-edged game, but
How is
easier.
Adiban doing?
Yes, that is
Did
the
he
game.
win, or it looked close to
Adiban,
winning?
yes, he certainly
Wow,
did.
we progressed a lot of moves.
We left it in this position right here. This is where we felt knight g6 check. Knight takes g6, not check, but knight takes g6 was great for white. The players went into this ending. By the way, nice move, bishop c6. Little Zwischenzug going on there. And c4 might have cost me the d pawn, right? So
C4?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if he had played c4,
Maybe rook e3, yes.
yeah, the idea is that you can't chase my bishop and win this pawn, but you just point out that rook e3 is an issue. Okay, a4.
Adiban misplayed somehow.
Check. I have the feeling that Bhaskaran is a really creative tactical player, but like many, many great tactical players, he still needs technique. I mean,
yeah, he's one of the very imaginative players I know.
Right, but
Yeah.
this.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay, a6. Careful. Rook c1, knight g2, Lavan. Oh, king e5, knight e3. No, this must be winning for
This
white.
knight c2.
Knight c2. Seriously?
Yes, rook c2 a7.
Right.
I think Andrekin missed this.
Oh, has he played it? No, that's
No,
he
knight
did
c2.
play knight c2, and very quickly came g4.
Takes and king e3.
Takes knight c2. Oh,
Wow, it's a great move.
Oh, that's
Great move to finish.
Yeah, that is a joyful one, no question about it.
Yeah.
Oh my, great.
Great.
Vidit, give us a chance, please. Don't go too far. Come back and enjoy. We've
Yeah, I
got
think Levon will join.
Yeah, we got Lavan. Lavan Aronian, everyone. Lavan. Very nice. Very nice. My earliest chess coach, chess teacher, Jeffrey Parsons was his name. And he spanked my hand and he said, Yasser, don't look at what comes off the board. Look at what stays on the board. You're in exchange down. But the bishop on a8 was really a pathetic creature.
This was actually a thing I was thinking during the game. I was saying, I mean, it will be embarrassing if I allow the bishop to come out.
Checkmate you on h1 or something terrible.
Not checkmate me, but just to come out. Even if I win the game.
Yes.
But the bishop is back to the play, it would be embarrassing.
Yes. But when I saw the move bishop a8, immediately a pattern, a game came to my mind. It was an Anatoly Karpov versus Joel Latier game. where it was a Queen's Indian, where the bishop on b7 got stopped, and then it went to a8, and it was the pathetic piece. So I said, oh, Robin Van Kampen was with me in the show, and I said, oh, look at Anish's bishop on a8. It's the Latier bishop, and it was just awful.
Oh, so the bishop has a name.
Yeah, well, even it gets so bad. But take us through it, Lavon. What was your approach today? After
my approach was just to play chess.
Of course.
I mean, when you play one of the worst games of your life.
I know. Tactically, strategically, okay.
But the good thing for me is I always have recollection of these tales, inside of me. So there is this great tale I've read some time ago. It's about a guy coming to a great master.
Yes.
And saying, "Master, I want to learn from you."
Like a guru type.
Yes. And the guru says, "Go outside, stand there for 30 minutes, and you'll get a sign." So the guy gets out, and it's a pouring rain.
Okay.
He stays under the rain for 30 minutes. He storms back.
Yes.
He goes, "There was heavy rain. I'm all wet. I feel like a complete idiot."
Nothing happened. Where's the sign?
And he says, "Well, now that you know that you're a complete idiot, we can start learning." So after you play one terrible game, you understand you're a complete idiot.
Yes.
You can start relaxing and just playing.
This is almost like a Zen master parable or something like that.
More or less. Yeah.
Zen Buddhism. I like it very much, though. Now that we've established who's the complete idiot, we can start. So, knight a3. Talk to us about knight a3.
There are about 4,000 games in this position. Nobody played knight a3. That's unfair.
Okay.
I know it's an ugly-looking move.
Yes.
But it has a point. White is trying to play against the b6.
All right.
Because whatever they do in these positions, black is able to come out with the bishop. I mean, even in most ridiculous cases, when white puts like 3 pieces on the c file, black still is able to play b6, and he's not worried about anything.
Right.
So this move kind of has only one point.
Yes.
Because if
B6.
black plays b6,
yes,
then at least you get some
yes,
some ideas. Something is there. So now, for example,
right,
if in a normal position this would be okay, but the knight is a monster on c4.
Right. Here the knight would be on c3, but now the knight is already on c4. So you accelerated your play. Very nice.
So yeah, this is basically the idea, just to keep some pressure in the game.
And if we see this knight f6, d7 maneuver...
Yeah, I can come knight to d3.
Ah.
It seems that the knight is terrible on a3, but in fact it's not so bad, because I can take on d5 and then reroute it from b1 to c3. The important thing, I stopped c, take d, c, take d.
Right.
Which is the most annoying part, generally, in this opening.
Robin had the idea that the knight on a3 isn't blocking the c line, and he thought that rook c1, bishop f4, cd5. So you kind of get this exchange Slav, and with the knight not blocking, maybe you get something good on c7.
Yeah, in case of c take d, knight on a3 is perfectly placed, because I mean, you've probably played many times.
Right.
But with the knight on c3, for example, let's say position like this.
Right.
For example, there are even ideas like a4, knight a2.
Right.
Just
to get the knight out of the way.
Just to get the knight out of the way.
Right.
I mean, with the knight on d7, obviously.
Yes.
The point being is that white doesn't need to do that anymore.
So as I understand you, Lavon, this position has 4,000. It's been seen 4,000 times.
I don't know exactly, more or less.
4,000 people standing in the rain. Nobody thought of knight a3. You came back out of the rain and said, "Why nobody plays knight a3? It's very nice."
It's not a great move, but nowadays, I'll take anything new.
Very good.
Rather than prepared opponent.
Exactly. So knight taking to d7, very normal.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. You're not worried about bishop a3 and knight and your pawn hanging. Knight came to
Yeah,
E4.
now I don't think I can play bishop f4 because of g5.
You're really provoking him.
Yeah, because black always has these ideas. You know,
Right.
knight to f5, g4, attacking all those things. So,
As your Tigran Petrosian played in his match with Michael Babenik.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, you wouldn't want to fall victim to an Armenian idea. Okay, so you went bishop e3.
so it's a normal position. Black can play, of course, with f5.
Right.
I'll probably play knight e1.
You weren't trying to route knight c2.
I can also do that, or queen to c2. It's kind of a position that it's really not clear what white wants.
Right.
But at least he asserts some control over the b6 ideas.
Yes.
So that kind of
Denying.
yeah. It kind of makes a game go into a different direction. Black has to play something else that he's not really used to playing. And
So
that
you-
sometimes is more important.
Exactly. Well, you're in a sense you're trying to control the play, deny if black players are getting their b6, bishop b7, they're in their comfort zone.
Yes.
And definitely Anish has his comfort zone, and once he gets there, it's very hard to move him out. And
Yes.
he's not losing games.
Sure.
So you succeeded. So you were happy at this moment with the outcome, and he chose a really wild idea.
Yeah,
to-
it's a bit weird to give up
The
your
dark-
beautiful bishop
for this wayward knight.
Huh,
But it was
that's
so
nice.
annoying, you know. You put your knight on a3, you provoked him to give up his bishop, right? Because he wants to punish you, right? But now who's punishing whom? I'm sure you were very pleased with the exchange.
At first, I
sacrifice.
didn't see it. At first, I was
Really?
thinking I should play something like this.
Yes.
And I wasn't sure what happens in here.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, this was also interesting.
Pretty wild.
Because if black puts the knight on e4, then I can always exchange one pair,
Mhm.
put the queen, you know, this.
And your a pawns might prove useful
Yeah.
somehow in that structure.
But then I saw this sacrifice, and I saw that he doesn't really have great moves otherwise. Because I'll just put the bishop on f4, for example.
Knight f5.
Yeah, I can always play with g4. You know, this bishop is a monster here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I saw this, and honestly speaking, I didn't realize how bad the position is. I thought that this is interesting. I should play it. But then
You're
I
having
started.
some fun, and
Then I
then-
started thinking.
What is he going to do?
Yes. Because at
And-
first I thought he has maybe such ideas, but then
Right.
knight g5 seemed really annoying. Because knight comes to d6, you know, this
Right.
structure is kind of
Missing a dark squared
exposed.
bishop.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So now you're really warming up to your whole conception, and you're saying, well, again, your countryman, sorry to bring up the obvious name, Tigran Petrosian, is extremely famous for all of his exchange sacrifices.
Sure.
I mean, and
But he sacrificed for much less than this.
Yeah. Well, normally Petrosian's pawn would be on b2, and he would be a little bit happier about that. But this is working out splendidly.
Yeah, I was thinking
H6.
maybe he can play this,
Okay.
but knight bg5, knight f6 takes. I thought that this is maybe his idea, just to meet bishop f4 with queen d4, because
Okay.
bishop b8, queen c5, attacking two pieces.
Ah, thank you. So go ahead and show that. Bishop takes b8, queen takes c5. That's nice. You've got g5.
I mean, I can also
and-
play this bishop f3, queen g5, bishop a7. It's also slightly better for white, because
The
I'll
pawn.
eventually play a4.
And the two b's
and-
will
yeah.
mean something. Yeah.
Or I don't have to play bishop f4.
No.
Just maybe some rook d1 will be really strong. The idea of d5 somewhere. I don't know.
Somehow a4 is also starting to be attractive too, just breaking up the team.
I mean, I have to also be careful because he wants to come up with a bishop.
Ah.
So, yeah, I was sure that there'll be some good move for me, but
You're waiting for him to decide
Yeah.
his play. So h7, h6, you were happy to see him use a vital tempo.
yeah, I was actually tempted to do some 95 takes, you know, rook d1 and then rook to g4. But then I thought I should be pragmatic because I saw that b6, which looks like a relief is not a relief at all, because the bishop comes to d6 and this is horrendous.
Yeah,
and
it was a real monster bishop, wasn't it? It was hitting f8, b8, the only half open b file.
And sometimes you have to be pragmatic. You know,
Yes.
it's better to have attack with an extra pawn
Yes.
than attack without the pawn.
Yes.
So.
That's always been my philosophy, by the way.
That's what I thought.
Give me the pawn. I remember I was with Mike Shahadi, who's the father of Jennifer Shahadi, and he showed me some position and he said, "Well, the extra pawn is meaningless." I said, "Well, in that case, give me the extra pawn. I like these meaningless pawns on a2 and a3.
Yeah.
They could be useful. You never know."
Sure, I always have this rook b3 in the worst case.
Right.
Or rook b4, you know.
If you want to trade, you
Yes.
undouble the pawns. But after bishop f4, you're a happy camper. Now
Yeah, because
you're feeling it. Everything is going well.
Yeah, I didn't see what he's gonna do.
Exactly.
So bishop b7.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I could have played more subtle, but I thought that this is good enough.
Well, what you did was so directly good. For some reason, I was convinced you were playing rook b1 and a4 and just like keeping everything under wraps, because black's play isn't. I mean, what are you gonna do?
But
with black?
this is kind of.
Oh, we have a result, by the way. I believe Adiban won a beautiful game today. It was really combinative, like.
He's playing very good.
Yeah, pyrotechnics.
I felt it when playing against him. That he's playing really good.
Could you guess where he was going? Because a lot of players are just having a hard time understanding where he's going with the play.
No, I was kind of understanding, because I know that he's a gifted player, so
Yeah.
I expect such things.
Okay, you didn't go for the a4 rook b1 clamp. You just went bang direct.
The point is actually more or less psychological. You want your opponent to feel that there is no way out for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you keep the pieces on the board and then something goes wrong and his knight
Jumps
is preserved,
nicely, yeah.
you know, after 95, it's clear that he's going to stay with this bishop.
On b7, yes. Yes.
So maybe it's not objectively the strongest, but practically, you're showing your opponent that
you're the one.
He's
under
in the
pressure.
frying pan.
Yes, and you're just,
I'm just
seasoning.
Yes.
The position. Nice.
Yeah. So that's
but
what I.
Such a concrete. Would you use that approach for everyone? I mean, that's like, or are there players that you would rather keep more pieces on the board? You just think that 95 psychologically is a good move for everybody.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Okay.
it's good to establish, his...
Who's boss?
Yes, who's the boss.
Okay.
Show the opponent the cage.
And tell him what's coming.
Yeah.
All right. I know we're enjoying ourselves here at Anish's expense, but
Yes.
it was a very good game.
And of course I can take the piece, but, you shouldn't release the beast from the cage, even if this is also winning.
Uh-huh.
So just playing like this is good enough. And
Okay, this
I mean,
move
it's,
a5, I understand this move was in preparation for bishop a6, but
he can't never do it because of the c6.
the c6 pawn. Okay, so a5 was his choice, and now take us through your thought processes here. Rook b1.
Yeah, he can't really play bishop a6
because
queen g4, and then the c6 is hanging. So
ooh, that's a nice switch. So after f6,
yeah, I still play the
bishop
same
d6.
and rook b6, and he'll
feel the problem on
he'll
c6.
have to come back.
Ironically enough, in his game yesterday, where he was black against Magnus, the c6 pawn was.
Yes.
But it was a white color pawn, and it was a real bone in the throat. Here, he's having indigestion of a different type.
Yeah, this is the easiest way to play.
I
just
thought-
create some weaknesses.
Exactly. I thought that this was really a masterclass move. I liked it very much for amateur players, especially provoking weaknesses in the opponent's king's camp. You're very happy about the move queen c3, clearly.
Yeah, you don't want to allow your opponent to put the rook on d7, you know?
Right.
So by creating this weakness on e6, this is not an idea anymore.
Right. Yeah, around these parts we were thinking that black is in such trouble, he better play rook d7 takes d6 if opportunity allows.
But with the pawn on f6, he can never do that anymore, because everything is too weak.
Yes? Well, in fact, that's
Yeah.
what happened. We saw
bishop
bishop
e4.
A, also another wonderful move. I really was very... But then we thought rook b7 was a lost tempo move. He should have played rook d7.
Rook
Yes.
d7, yes, he can do that.
Here, this is the moment. Maybe a tempo isn't meaningful enough.
e4
no?
still.
Okay, so rook
Yes.
b7, e4 still. Okay, thwap.
Yes, you can do this. But then, what will you do here?
Well, I'm gonna suffer anyway. Anyway, I'm still dreaming of c6, c5.
I
don't
won't
know.
let you.
You're no fun. Okay, queen f8. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, then
Levon.
probably rook to d7 or something like that. I mean, there are just too many winning moves here.
Okay, I agree. I cannot defend black's position.
But I can also, I mean, if I'm in a different mood, I'll play like this.
Yes, sadistic.
I'm not in a rush.
Okay.
So the plan is very simple. E4
Right. Right.
So I think, yeah, this was all more or less. I mean, it's just hopeless for black.
Well, exactly. That was what we were thinking.
Maybe I shouldn't have allowed him to play f4, but I saw this queen h3 and I thought,
oh, sorry. You know me. I'm a
You
pawn
wanna take on
grabber.
f6?
Yeah. No, I wanted to take on a5. I'm a pawn grabber.
yeah.
Did you consider that, or you just felt that you didn't need the a pawn?
You know, maybe at some point he'll play bishop e7, rook a8, bishop a6. Of course, it's not realistic, but I don't know. I thought that I should stick to my plan.
And control the game you did. Queen c4, king h8. Now you were sorry. Sorry, I interrupted you. Now.
Yeah, I kind of calculated this queen d3 thing, and I felt it just wins. I mean, I allow him some. It seems that there is some jumping around, but not really.
No.
Because
By the way, I'm getting some incredible report that
Wow.
Richie may be winning a piece against Magnus. The players are playing very, very quickly there. Okay, we're going to come back to that because you're just putting the final touches, the final seasoning. He's still in the.
Yeah, for example, I
fire.
saw that if he tries to this maybe is not so important, but if he tries to get some activity, it also stops. This actually reminded me of my game yesterday. I also had this bishop,
and this ugly
and the pawn was just promoting
on c8. Yeah. Well, it also kind of a little Anish. There was a game where Anish played bishop takes a6 against Ian, and there was a pawn that was just promoting. What is it about light square bishops right now? They seem to be having a flu. The light squared bishops here in Vaikonce.
Yeah,
It's not been a good tournament for the light squared bishops.
Here, of course, he had to
Yes.
play queen c7. Was the only move to prolong.
And
the
what
game.
would have happened in that case? Queen c5, you're saying definite error.
Yeah, I mean, I have many good moves. Queen g6 is one, or queen g4 is another. I mean,
Queen g4 threatening rook d7, queen g6 attacking the rook. It looks very good.
I don't know, maybe f5. So many ways to win, of course, from a position like this. But
Yes.
at least this would
Was
have
his
been
best chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this is a forced loss. Because here and queen g6 and the bishop doesn't come out, so everything is lost.
Beautiful. Don't move. Don't move. I just want to get your insights. First of all, again, that was a masterclass. How can you go from the idiot to the masterclass so quickly? I mean, you just went out of the rain and you're back inside, and then you played a great game today.
You need the help of your opponents for that.
That's very important.
I think Anish played a really bad idea. I mean, anti-positional. So
Yes.
the rest on the highest level, generally it's not so difficult.
But normally speaking, after a game like yesterday where he avoided getting checkmated,
Yes.
he was gifted a draw. Okay, he worked hard for it. I mean, he's like, now he's supremely confident in coming to the game thinking, okay, nobody can beat me if Magnus can't checkmate me. But, okay.
Yeah, I mean...
Let's just see. Here we have it. A tweet. Fabi. Gary entombs his bishop on a8. That's on you, Levon. Carlson puts his bishop on h7 and plays d3. Why isn't anyone thinking of their bishops?
It's a common trend. It happens. You know, Magnus had a long game yesterday, so... And it's very difficult to play against Rapport, because you never expect if he's going to play very creatively or normal like today.
Solid like he did today. Well, let's just see what happened.
But this was a great game on his part.
Yes. Let's just see what happened. The players, had reached this position, and bishop h3 came, d3, e3. This is what Fabi, by the way, thank you for tweeting to us, Fabi. Fabi is saying, is Magnus Carlsen aware that he's entombing his bishop? Knight, bishop back, rook c8. Whoa. Uh-oh.
Well, it kind of looked interesting, but yeah, now it's...
Ooh.
I think he missed f4. I think
there
he missed...
are issues, aren't there? And it looks like we have a result. Rook e8.
Wow.
Wow.
But
Magnus
this
Carlsen.
was a good game.
Definitely. Oh
Especially
my.
this last part is really beautiful. Rook e1 takes and knight f1.
Oh my goodness. You're not just... This bishop on h7, is a traitor. A traitor to the black king. Oh my goodness. And this is, I think, the final move. Knight f1 and resigns. Wow.
Some exciting games today.
Exactly. Well, there was so many drama. There was such drama yesterday. I like that tweet by Vishy. I don't know if you heard it. Vishy said that Wesley So's guardian angels haven't rested for days.
That's funny.
It's good, huh? Very, very clever. Whoa. Richie has just opened, the tournament. Magnus, twice defending champion. Wesley So is now very, very grateful. He'll go over buy dinner for Richie. Means your chances are still back alive. There's so many rounds still to be played, right,
yes.
Levon? Wow. Levon Aronian, everybody. Thank you so much. And enjoy your victory.
Thank you very much.
Have fun with your dad tonight. A good dinner.
Thank you.
You deserve it. Levon Aronian, everybody. Vidit, come on back and No, Vidit, he left us. Oh, I thought he would
prepare for next game.
Yes, he does. Anish Giri, he went to console Anish Giri.
We hope to have a guest soon. Yes,
all right. Well, let me just take a look at the game of Adiban and Dmitry. Dmitry crashes to his first loss in this tournament. He had been undefeated thus far in the event. And there was this beautiful move after h5, knight c2, controlling the a1 square so that the black rook cannot get behind the pass pawn. g4 check. Whoa. No trade of pawns. King e3 takes, push, queen, queen. And now suddenly check, and the black king is caught after the move bishop f7. Wow, a beautiful finish to a spectacular game. A double exchange sacrifice, or double rook sacrifice, if you like, by Bhaskaran. And Adiban, the Challengers winner from last year, after a slow start, is really putting the field on notice that, well, he's here to play. Brilliant stuff. Let's take a look at the other games that are in progress. We haven't seen Luke's game versus Ian in a while. What's going on here? I see that black is up a pawn. We left it very, very early. We had just seen this move. Adiban, oh boy, we've been singing your praises. Come and join us, please.
Sure. Hi.
Wow, you're becoming a frequent guest.
Good to be back again.
With good reasons. I mean, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Lovely, lovely, lovely game today. It would have been a masterpiece, a classic for the ages, if you had put a real touch in the game. But
okay, I'm giving a shock on the second move.
No King's Gambit.
Yeah, it lost the surprise value already. So
I see.
Would be nah. I was considering it actually,
Okay.
but I was like, okay, let's try something else for a change.
But G3.
Yeah, no, I have
surprising.
played some games actually here. So,
Okay.
but I think my opponent was probably expecting F4. Actually, I can do F4 here also.
Like a Vienna? Or
Yeah,
something?
Vienna exactly.
Right.
Right. D4, Queen H4, it's something like
Yeah.
this. Yeah. But okay, for this game, I thought, okay, I'll just fianchet to the bishop and see how it goes.
Okay.
He generally plays bishop c5 actually. This was a little bit surprising for me what he did.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm like just one tempo up, and this is the plan. The point is, I have to develop the knight on f3 now, so that's why I go f4 immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, this was actually very interesting because suddenly he's forcing me to like make a decision. If I take, it's really like not a good idea because he'll just play f5 and like for example, he can just go short castle and f5 maybe if needed, and then c5, b5, no c5, and just I really don't have any space on this knight on e2 is really stupid.
Right.
So I just said not to take here. So I just decided to castle, and yeah, spending some time on this because of this bishop g4, yeah, which is what he played. Because the point is you cannot play h3 anymore, and the spin is really annoying.
Yes.
But then I thought, okay, if the pin is annoying, maybe I should just walk
Get
out of it.
Good idea, good plan.
Knight e2 is also possible, getting out of the pin, but the thing is then he has some plans like the main thing is I lose control over the center, and he can just prepare f5 maybe. Maybe bishop h3 here, but I'm also not at all happy with something like f5. But okay, probably it's not at all developed for doing such stuff. But I was not really happy with knight e2, so I just decided to develop c5.
Development is good.
Yeah, it's always good. Yeah.
That's what I tell
because he's
students.
totally ignoring as of now. c5. C5, yeah, now my friends are joking, now it's like a close Sicilian. Yeah.
It is, exactly.
Yeah.
Robin,
I didn't realize it actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it really does look like a close Sicilian, a
Yeah.
position that would easily occur.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I just walk out of the pin as planned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this was the plan. Yeah, now the knight is looking not decent on h4, and I'm threading this h3. Yeah, he took immediately. I was expecting queen d7. Probably he didn't like this, but
Yes.
he can actually take here, and h3 he can just go f4.
Right.
And h4 is not good because he takes and g4, so I have to take this. Now this was very important because if he goes bishop h3, then I go f5.
And
with
that's your
some,
dream.
yeah,
That's
this
your-
is
yeah.
like huge attack, I think.
Exactly.
I can take queen g2, king g2, doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
Yeah. For a pawn, it should be like a very strong attack. So, but the thing is, he takes here. This is what I did not like. Like takes and he goes here.
Mm-hmm.
This was like, I think he can just put knight g6 and probably it's totally fine here.
Gotcha.
So yeah, and maybe he can just maintain. This is what I was thinking. Queen d2. The point is f5. I really need to prepare. Like I can play rook f2, but still f5 is not a threat because of the same idea.
Okay.
So yeah, this is what I felt was more accurate because releasing the tension, then it's easier for me to make plans. Yeah. Here also I was thinking maybe b5 immediately. Rook f2, something like b4, knight d1, then The point is knight e3, then I cannot play bishop h6. And I think he can do something like f6 here. So I go here, f5, g5 maybe, takes.
Knight e3 perhaps?
This I missed. Yeah, this is just killing, sorry.
No,
Then I
that's
just
good.
put, the knight of is coming, so. Yeah, okay, this was, queen d7 also very natural, totally fine, no problem. So rook f2.
I really like what you did here. You're just doubling your rooks and the potential of the f file. And
because he can now play f5 then because of h3. So
and it's very nice to cover
c2.
C2.
Exactly. Okay, actually I can show you some funny line. Like I was actually thinking about this.
All right.
Because who wants to protect the pawn? I do. But
funny you should ask.
So. But the point is he just ignores it like this. And I didn't see how to continue.
That is funny line.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah, he just protects everything and nothing to do.
Right.
So I decided rook f2 also looks so nice. Like it just protects this knight e2, all this nonsense. Rook e8 I really didn't understand. Maybe I was thinking he has to be fast with this. Yeah, because in the game I got my perfect coordination. Yeah.
Right.
So rook f2, rook e8. He played bishop h6. Also maybe taking was not the best idea. Maybe he should just continue with this. But again, I was thinking takes and something like rook here.
Yes.
b4, knight d1, and with the knight e3 and okay. The thing is,
looks harmonious.
Very nice. Yeah. Maybe he can actually do f5 here because h3 can take here. But the problem is he always has to watch out for this, and when he has to go, maybe here knight e3 would come, so he has to go here.
Right.
Then I have to take this. Yeah, okay, I think he's surviving tactically. So far, he's not losing anything.
But it feels like he's on the edge.
Yeah, for sure. Like takes here, knight e3, and okay, he's defending, for sure.
Right, he's definitely
Yeah,
on
but
the
the thing
back
is, the pressure is gone, and maybe he can equalize here. Yeah, but okay, d4 probably I still retain some position. For sure, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it's, my pieces are more active, So,
definitely.
So yeah, this could be one option. But I think he didn't realize the danger because this queen is really annoying. And I'll tell you, like h3, this was nice. No, because he cannot even play king h8, knight g8 because knight into g6 check, f g6, rook f8, and it's a pin. So he cannot really get the queen out actually. So that's a big problem. So this was very nice. I think h3. Now the point is. So what you thought I'll do for this bishop h3?
We looked first at knight g6, but then we thought knight f3.
Yeah, exactly.
Really strong.
Exactly.
Really strong.
That's why I wanted to ask. So this takes and
the big surprise, rook h2 and a checkmate down the h file.
Yeah.
Right out of the blue. That was a bolt from the blue, and a nice one, a very nice one.
So he went here. So I bring the last piece. Now now it looks like everything is harmonious. This was very strong actually, and that's why I spent a lot of time here. Queen d8. The point is he gets rid of this. For example, if he does something like this, I have this idea, and he goes d5. Now c3. This is the point. So I'm not allowing him to get rid of this ed5. Sorry, d4. So knight c6, knight f3. This is the point. So knight g5 is coming and f6, knight g5.
Anyway.
Yeah. So this was the point. So he wanted to defend against it. So this is why this queen d8 was nice. Now it was really difficult. I was just again.
And this is a position, Bhaskaran, where we're thinking, okay, if you gave a lot of grandmasters this position and said, what would your candidate moves be? I think very, 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 very few would have chosen knight b1. I mean, we all understand g3, g4.
Yeah.
We're waiting for b4, and then the knight will go, in your case, to b1, in my case, to d1. Knight d1.
Yeah, knight d1 is also I can do it.
Candidate move. What drew you to knight b1? What was that?
No, the thing is, as of now, it has become a little bit slow because I cannot just mate.
Right.
So the point is g4, I'm really not sure if I should make because f5 is not a problem actually so far.
Right.
So g4, the thing is, I want this rook f4, rook h4. Maybe it will work sometime.
You're keeping that in reserve.
Like for example, this was an option here.
Right.
So knight this is 4, so he has to
Yes.
take, and now I have this stupid idea.
Okay.
So this is why I wanted to reserve this option just in
Very
case.
good.
Yeah, so keeping all kinds of active possibilities. So that's why also knight d1 I didn't really like because he just comes d5, and here knight.
Back, yes.
So I think now the point is he's going to take on e4. So
And the
really
recapture
didn't-
bishop e4 is not to your
yeah,
liking.
and
Yes?
the f5 is coming. That's the main. Okay, f5 maybe bishop c6 and knight g6 I have. So no, but still, yeah, it was not to my liking. So, and this the only problem was even on e3 it's not doing anything. So I was like, okay, let me find another place for the knight. So
knight.
I'll bring the knight to f3.
So knight b1 was anticipating d5 takes e4, and you wanted to recapture the knight.
Yeah, knight exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
So the
very
point.
good. Well, it worked out brilliantly.
No, but actually, funny thing is, you can just take the pawn. I was trying to work out my compensation here, which was not so easy.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a shock for me.
Knight d2.
So he goes back. He's like, okay, show me the compensation for the pawn. So the point is, I can do something. No, I get back the pawn, but under the circumstance I want.
Okay.
So f6. Now the thing is, I can just go knight h4, and I cannot.
f6 is an issue.
Yeah, but the problem was he just gives up the pawn and plays.
For argument's sake, I don't know, b4. No.
Yeah, maybe b4.
No,
yeah.
rook f6.
Yeah, rook of 6 is the rook of 6 is a
rook
threat
f6.
actually. Knight f5 e5. So
Right, and there's no sacrificing on g6.
Yeah.
No, okay.
So the point is, yeah, f6 you cannot protect because if you move knight g6 is coming.
That is clear. Yes.
So king h8 is also never working because rook f6, then some knight g8, knight g6 maybe. I
Yes.
can maybe show it. Yeah, it's funny.
Oops.
Yeah. So here and
That's a
just
self-made
So
puzzle. And in that position, Adivana is
Maybe
f5?
d5.
f5 possible?
actually, yeah, it is possible. So I have to come back knight f3. So you should watch out for this. So
Yeah.
No, now
danger,
it's
danger.
very
My
dangerous. Yeah, because
spidey
now
sense
this
is
bishop is
tingling.
going to come out.
Yeah, no, my
So
spidey
much
sense
power.
is tingling. Sorry. No.
Yeah, so I
Mhm.
don't know. Somehow the point is, even after win on f6, he has this passed pawn. So I was not so happy with this position. But I have to go for this.
You have to be really cold-blooded to play a move like bishop takes a2. I must say.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I wouldn't have been drawn to this move
Yeah.
myself. All right,
Yeah.
but d5.
Yeah,
I
d5,
mean, it was
yeah.
very forcing. And
Yeah.
did you see the double rook
Yeah,
sacrifice
sure.
coming
Because
from afar?
Yeah, sure. Because the point. Okay, I remember this d5 was not possible because of knight d2.
Yes.
But then suddenly I realized he has this knight because I didn't want c3 because he goes back,
Right.
and now I do the same, and he comes this knight e5,
Right.
which is okay. I'm not sure what is happening. The point is he goes. If I go something like this, he just plays f6 and everything is protected. And e5 I cannot play because of knight f5.
Right.
So yeah, so I was like, I really didn't want the whole game. I was trying to avoid playing c3. So I decided, no, yeah, this was the point. First, I was thinking, so okay, I take this.
Right.
I take rook f5, bishop f5, rook f5, and he has this very nice rook e4.
Exactly.
So-
You're not the only one who can sacrifice rooks. Yes.
So yeah, bishop e4 is this, and he comes with queen d4, and he goes back.
With g7, yes.
No, I almost rejected the line. Then suddenly I was like, okay, what if I take rook f5?
And there's
I
no
was
queen
like-
d4 check.
Yeah, and queen d4. No, then the only thing was bishop f5 was but then I can just go knight g5. So yeah, suddenly I was like, oh, maybe rook, I can take with the rook, and then suddenly he has no defense.
Exactly.
I just run queen d4. Yeah, bishop f5, go knight f5. Yeah.
Right. There's
No check
queen
on d4. Yeah.
Right. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, so yeah, then after I saw rook f5, I was like, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
And he immediately played d4. I was like, okay, now he has missed this.
Yes.
Because it's still not so plus. He can play something else probably. I still
So
need to
b5,
prepare.
b4, for example.
Yeah, probably something like this. I go here, takes. No, but yeah, okay, still it's not so easy.
But this, it looks like you've got everything ideally placed. Your doubled rooks.
Yeah, this is the
on
best I
h6.
can hope for. So
It must
also I
be
like
great.
the knight on d2 because the point was to fight against d4.
Right.
I wanted to stop that. Also, I was even considering knight c3 to come back. But I was like, okay, no, this is really bad. I should not. I really also wanted to kick this knight on d4 to have this option at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, suddenly played d4 and I was like, okay, it's my lucky day.
It's your lucky day. And
yeah, here
everything was beautiful here. And now, we thought you played this combinational masterpiece to play knight takes g6.
Yeah, but no, the point is, I'm not so happy with what I get.
Because?
Okay, also, I missed knight f6 here, I have to say.
Well, that's the whole point, actually, Bhaskara.
Yeah, but is it so easy? This is what I want to know.
2 pawns, 2 pawns.
Yeah, I can even go rook e2, yeah. It's like rook e7 is coming, maybe it's just...
Yeah, 2 pawns.
No, but the thing is, I was expecting much more than 2 pawns. So, maybe otherwise I would have looked deeper here.
I see.
Because knight g5, I see that he cannot play queen d7 because of this very nice bishop c6.
Right.
So he has to play queen g7
Box,
and I take and bishop c6.
Very nice and important move.
So here it was funny. So if he goes here, let's say, I can take here of course, but this was also nice.
Right.
Here and I take rook into e6.
And now you take the pawn on h7.
Yeah. And the point is he really doesn't have a choice. He has to takes here g6 is hanging. So he has to take here and finally I'll take the pawn on b5. So I was like, okay, this I'm getting more than 2 pawns, right?
Oh yeah, this is dead.
Yeah.
This is like hopeless.
Yeah, but okay, I missed set 6, so maybe your line was better.
Well, even what you got, I thought was really.
Yeah, this also looks like a decisive.
Yeah.
Because 2 pawns also should be winning. Yeah, this also I missed knight f6. It was so embarrassing. Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, I was like, okay, queen g7. There's nothing else. Maybe also I was like, okay, knight g5 is definitely should be stronger. So in a way, maybe that's why I didn't look there.
Well, you were 90% of the way there.
90%, yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So now you're in the technical phase,
exactly.
and
so here
we were absolutely besides ourselves with delight when you found this move knight c2.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's just like it's so picturesque.
Yeah, like a study. Yeah.
Yes.
Really nice.
Okay, so
I come back.
Yes.
Okay, rook he cannot really double on the file because knight of 3 is nothing.
Stops.
And also he needs to get rid of this rook because suddenly I might go for some rook e2 or something. So
precisely.
So yeah, this I had already seen. The point is I realized, okay, I can at least push till a6 and then the technical task is much easier because I'll just put the knight somewhere and it should win. Then yeah, I saw this. I didn't want to do this because he would give him an option. Yeah, he can anyway. I think. What is the problem with this? Yeah, he comes here probably. Okay, also should be clearly winning. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, just totally fine. But this looked very forcing, so I decided to go for it.
Right.
Just in time.
A6.
So a6. Yeah, no, okay, you cannot take, so just play this. Maybe in hindsight, this would be stronger. But anyway, it's like, okay, I'm just going to come here. No, this is the point. To put the rook. Yeah, but okay.
But now you have time for the g4.
Yeah, g4, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
now your knight is finding a great outpost all over the board.
Yeah, but he has this move, yeah. So, but okay, still it's like I can roam around. Or even maybe g4 is not needed, I'm not sure. Maybe can do something else like bring the knight here, threaten to queen. Yeah, okay, it should be just winning, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fix it and then go with the knight.
Yes.
For on a journey. Or vacation. So, yeah, I played this and okay, I come back here. Yeah, here I already saw this after king e5. Okay, that's okay. Maybe he will go h5, so I was ready for this knight c2. Yeah, because it's very nice also and very forcing.
Right.
Yeah, I can. What else can I do? I can do maybe some knight d5 also, but okay, this is the
knight
cleanest.
c2 is brilliant.
Yeah, I already saw this g4 check. I didn't want to take because it would
that was
prolong
the
the
big
fight.
question. Wow.
Yeah, no, he comes here. I have to go here and rook f1. He goes back. This is the problem. It's a7, rook f8.
And after you go knight there, he's got some counterplay perhaps.
No, even after I put knight b5, rook a8.
Yes.
It's not winning by force.
Because of h4g3?
No. I still have to figure out some kind of plan. But this is just forcing, right? So I was like, okay, I'll just finish the game.
Yes.
Let's
both
go.
make a queen and you see the...
Let's both of us make a queen and I'll give checkmate. This is what I was thinking.
Well, it worked. Well, you calculated it wonderfully at this point.
Yeah. No, this here was the fun. At first, suddenly, I decided why to go here. But then, because I didn't see a mate, but then I saw this bishop of sound very nice. So here, and I go bishop g8.
Right.
And okay, just he comes here, and it's mate. And if he comes...
Well, we're all used to the idea of bishop h7 check, king h8, bishop to g6 check.
Yeah.
But this is somehow
reverse.
reverse,
It's like a weird, in a different way. Yeah.
Right.
And funnily, with bishop g8 is the easiest way because I didn't see how else to mate actually. This
Good
looked
enough.
like this was the first, I think. Yeah.
Beautiful game.
Yeah.
I mean, I must say, you're playing. You got off to a slow start, but now you're feeling it. You know, you came from the challengers group, and normally, I must say, the challengers debut in the Masters isn't always.
Yeah, actually, I was a little bit like, I don't want to be like that.
The whipping boy, but you've really shown. Look,
I think
you're not intimidated.
I think probably Anish was probably a successful debut. Also, Hari had like a decent debut, and Vei. I think these three were probably the most successful out of the challengers.
Right.
So I was like, okay, it would be great if I can also be one of the successful debuts. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, again, thank you so much for coming. It was just really brilliant. Well done. Enjoy your dinner. I'm sure you will. Food tastes better after a win, right?
Yeah, sure.
There you have it, everybody. Bhaskaran Adiban winning a fantastic game from start to finish here in round 8. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back hopefully for another interview. I won't tell you who we have in mind. Good evening, chess fans, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. After round 7, amazing drama, we had thrills galore today in round 8. We had fantastic play by Levon Aronian as he downed Anish Giri, the Dutch #1 player who had been undefeated going into today's round. Then we had Bhaskaran Adiban winning a beautiful game against Dmitry Andreikin, who also was undefeated. So two of the undefeated players going down in spectacular fashion, but really the amazing result of the round was Richard Rapport's victory. A victory over Magnus Carlsen. You don't say that often, but Magnus Carlsen, after failing to win yesterday, failing to checkmate his opponent yesterday, Anish Giri, went down to defeat. We're going to have a video interview with Richard a little bit later, but for now, let's just take a look in on the two remaining games. Pavel is up against Radek, and they reached a really an amazing position here. Let me just turn off with a bishop but 3 connected passed pawns, all ready to play b6 and c7, and away they're going. A winning position for Pavel. If he wins this game, he will get back into the lead, sharing it with Wesley So. After b6, well, it was time to pull the emergency shoot by Radek. He played the move e5, e4. While we were on break, I expected that queen takes e4 would be played, which happened, and I didn't consider the move f4, f3, which I'm really kind of surprised at myself that I didn't consider this move, because in truth, there's nothing else to be done, because once again, boldly stating the obvious, the pawns are marching. c7, b7 is on white's agenda. f3, queen takes f3 has just been played, and now it's Radek to play. I don't see anything better than rook takes. And now I just have to avoid getting mated or perpetual checked. Let me see how that would go after, for example, the move c7. Well, then comes queen e5 check. Oh my. And white's king is exposed. I do have the move rook g3 blocking the check, but after rook takes g3, how am I escaping the perpetual check? I'm not sure. Well, while I'm working out the details of what's going on in this game between Pavel and Radek, why don't we take a look at Richard's day in the sun as he has defeated Magnus Carlsen.
Richard, how does it feel to play the first game of your life against the world champion Magnus Carlsen and beat him?
Okay, it's of course it feels very good. Yeah, I mean I was not really expecting to win a single game after what I have done in the previous rounds. So yeah, I'm very happy, of course.
Do you think that this is a kind of message to Magnus that he should count on you as a future contender? I don't know if you have read Anish Giri's book, After Magnus, and he takes you as one of the possible future rivals of Magnus Carlsen for a world championship title.
No, I think it's a message for Magnus that he has off days, you know. Just that I'm not considering, okay, I'm standing on -2, so okay, he's still on +1, yeah. So it's quite a big gap, I mean, in general. And anyway, I mean, okay, I just played a nice game. It's a bit pity that I could finish it, I mean, for Magnus, but that's all. I mean, technically speaking, he could just, when I played knight b3, he could just take on c4 and some queen e6 or something that's very close to equal. And then he played this d4, which is a bit too ambitious, I think, yeah. So, okay, he a bit overpushed, yeah, let's say.
What do you think about the game that you played against Wesley? So it must have been painful, but on the other hand, it was a beautiful attacking game. Did you sleep well after that? And how do you think about that game now?
Okay, most of my games here are painful. Yeah? So I mean, today is a very nice exception, but okay, that was just a cherry on the top. Yeah. Even other games I was having much better positions, and I spoiled them all except today. So yeah, that was a very difficult burden to move on.
But it also must give you some strength that you have this power of crushing anybody basically on the top level chess.
Okay, you crash someone when you assign the score sheet, you know. So.
Thank you, and good luck for the rest.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that interview with Richard, who is celebrating a victory over Magnus. While you were watching the video, I'm coming back to the game of Pavel against Radek, and I think it was the crazy final move of time control, that move 40, B7, B5, B6, pardon me, seems to be the culprit here, that pushing the pawns was mistimed, and a simpler and better choice was the move Queen F3, just getting out of this double pawn sacrifice that we're about to see. After the move Queen F3, White's intention is to meet the below E5, E4 with bishop takes E4, and in this case, notice how the white king remains perfectly safe, and we're simply ready to go with these pawns. After B6, E4 was a great shot, and I think that after queen takes, F3, queen takes, rook takes D5, all I can see is a draw by perpetual check, and that is something that's definitely going to get Wesley So very pleased, as it will mean that after C7, check on E5, rook G3, rook takes G3, queen takes G3. Notice that we cannot play pawn equals queen, discover check, or check, because after rook on G3 back to G8, it's a discover check by black, and he will win the game. So we actually have to play queen takes G3, and now queen H5 check, and we cannot escape the perpetual. So simply an equal position in this position after the move rook takes D5. And Radek thinking that over, but I do see a perpetual check in the position for black. The other game in progress, the very unlucky Luke Van Welly, somehow, amazingly enough, he had been, I thought, were simply a pawn down for a long while. Now that he's gotten his king on this long march, the king, somehow Luke's got his king to B7, and he stands better. The point that from White's point of view, I mean to say, is White is ready to play A5, A6, capture this pawn on A7, and then score a touchdown with his A pawn. The bishop on C5 is anchored to the B6 pawn. You can't play B5 defending the pawn on A7 because that would hang the bishop. If the bishop moves away, you're allowing White's rook into play with rook, oh pardon me, I should put that on the board, like this, check, 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 and the bishop is distracted from the A pawn. Let me make sure I'm winning this. I thought I was winning this, and suddenly I realize I'm losing my H4 pawn. Maybe this is the best chance for black, is to move his bishop away. So did I do something wrong here? A moment ago I thought it was absolutely very, very good for, or winning, in fact, for Luke. Now I'm less certain. Bishop F2, and a key moment here in the game, Ian, considering his position, what to do after this last move, king c6 to b7. Well, I don't see anything better. Bishop f2. a6 is what I want to do. Maybe that's what I have to do, is move my bishop away, bishop back to d4, so that when I do capture this pawn on a7, whether with the bishop or with the king, I'm not going to allow this bishop to play itself to f2 and sacrifice on against the a6 passer. So yes, this would be just a huge, huge victory, much needed one for Luc Van Welly, as he seeks to gain some confidence from a tournament that he has really been the target amongst this elite group of players. So potential here for Luc Van Welly. We didn't, I haven't looked at the challenger section for a little bit. Let me take a look at that group. Wow, I see only one player. Vladimir has won against the Chinese lady Liu Tang Li. Normally in the challengers group, we've seen some incredible number of decisive games today, a lot of draws amongst the top player. One game still in progress features the game of Gawain Jones. He is sharing the tournament lead. He's playing against Erwin Lamy. As I'm looking at it, it is Erwin is an exchange up, but this passer on a7 definitely bothering Erwin with good reason, and it appears to me like it's going to be a perpetual check. Repetition, I beg your pardon. Repetition, simply because this passer on the H file is pretty scary. So I'm expecting rook b7 check and a repetition in that game. Back to the Masters group for a moment.
The Dormov game has a nice bishop move, actually.
All right, let's see the game. The one victory in the challengers group is Vladimir Dubov, white against Ting Ji Li. And we'll just go quickly through the game. It was a Slav, and rook g1. Vladimir, very creative player, looking for an opportunity to attack his opponent's king. b5. And a pawn sacrifice by black. And suddenly white decides that his anticipated kingside attack should be neutered, and he's going to play king f1 to g2, putting his king into safety. Bishop a3, and there we have it. The king is at least safe. Bishop to b5, bishop back to e2. Sometimes it's very hard for me to guess Vladimir's moves. Bishop c4. Ooh, that's the beauty. Very often we see these doubled rooks, as in this particular case, and the lead rook has made it into white's camp, only that this move, bishop c4, cuts the connection between both rooks. And I think everybody who's an experienced chess player will have blundered an exchange in just such a fashion by missing this obstruction move, bishop c4. After bishop c4, white won an exchange, and shortly the game thereafter. And there we have it, h2, h4, and white won. All right, back to the Masters group. Nice move, bishop c4 in that game. Now,
also the Eric Hansen Grandelius game was crazy, but I will just try to get one of the players up.
Oh, I'm just told by Leonard, my producer, that in the game between Eric Hansen. Let me just find you. Where are you, Eric? There's several games here. Benjamin Bach, I see. Oh, Ilya Smerin and Marcus. That was a very important game. That did end in a draw. Niels is white against Eric Hansen. Let me go through that game quickly. We have e4, e5, and the players played the Joko piano, everybody's favorite, and a2, a4. Bishop back, rook e1. A lot of these games, I must say, have familiar looking setups. With the move a2, a4, I'm more familiar with this idea of bringing the knight to a3 followed by knight to c2. Here on d2, it looks like it's going to go to the g3 square. Black in turn playing the knight maneuver himself. The whole point for this for black is that he wants to be able to respond in the center with c6 and d5. So d to d3, d4, pardon me, knight g6, bishop back to b3, bishop to c2, protecting pawn on e4, getting ready for his knight maneuver. b5. Okay, now it really does look like a Spanish of sorts. c5. Certainly the move d4, d5 would have been met by c5, c4, keeping this bishop's diagonal open. Normally speaking, this bishop might be on a more passive square, such as f8 or e7. Here on a7, it certainly more actively plays. Black is doing fine, in my opinion. Surrendering the center with e5 captures d4. This has been very popular and trendy. I always thought that you shouldn't be doing these things, and I recall the game between Magnus Carlsen as white against Wei Yi, when he surrendered the center. Magnus called it a gift, but Eric had some very purposeful reasons for surrendering the center. Niels, bishop takes h6, a piece sacrifice. Excellent. Takes on h6, queen takes h6. Well, we can understand what Niels found very attractive about the piece sacrifice, as he's menacing the move e4, e5, and bishop takes g6. Eric said, look, I'm a piece ahead. Queen e7, e5, takes. I'm just pausing to try to understand. I suspect that something like bishop takes e5 walks into bishop takes g6. Knight takes e5 might run into rook e5 and rook e1. Not sure. The tactics do seem favorable for white. Wow, what a move. e5, e6. Very visual. Bishop takes. King h8, keeping all of his ill-gotten gains, is Eric Hansen. Knight h5. Okay, this tactic I can actually spot. Rook e6 and queen g7. Checkmate is the threat. Queen d7, sidestepping that threat. Knight g5. Oh my. This is a real Donnybrook going on over in this game. I'm not sure, but everybody's favorite, inviting everybody to the party, rook on a1, d1, would certainly get my attention. Niels chose knight g5, bishop g8. Okay. Black is trying to get as many pieces as close to his king as he absolutely can. Bishop g8, is this enough of a defense? And the players ended up, white made it a perpetual check. Crazy moment. Maybe the move knight g5. I'm really not sure why he didn't play rook d1, attacking the queen. That looks like a really good move. I'm going to have to ask the players, and perhaps one of them might join us. All right, back to the Masters group, and let us see what it... Oops, wrong. Let us see what's going on in that game of Pavel. Rook takes d5. The players have caught up with us, and we're now seeing that the game is likely to end in the perpetual check. I don't see a better move than c7. Queen e5 check. And you certainly don't want to block the check by exposing your king. Some move like g3 would be horrendous. Rook check would likely be winning for black. So that was why I was playing the move rook g3. And then after rook takes g3, queen takes g3, I spied this perpetual with queen h5 and queen e5. And there we see Pavel wondering, do I really have to allow this perpetual check after c7? Okay, perpetual check and a draw looks to be in the offing. Let's go back to that rook and bishop ending. And after the move bishop f2, Luke first tickled the bishop with rook c2, bishop e3, and only now played the move a7, a6. What's the diff? Let's see if I can spot the difference between this and our previous line. After the move b5 seems to be associated with check, 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 and now that we've put the bishop in a pin, is his idea to play something like, well, I don't know, bishop d4 right away. Is this absolutely clear? White has won an exchange. This one isn't actually as cut and dry as the previous line. I'm having some doubts about Luke's decision to play rook c2. The line that I had seen, which seemed good enough to me, was going into a bishop ending like this. Certainly this bishop ending is definitely to White's advantage. Maybe there was something here that I've missed. Bishop d4. This looks really good. You're just wanting to take this pawn and stop Black's bishop from sacrificing itself. Maybe something like, I don't know, b4? King takes? I don't see anything better than b3. King here. Bishop f2. No, I'm faster. a7. Don't know. Rook c2 was Luke's choice. Bishop e3. Now we have a6. Now we have b5. And I was just looking at this likely continuation. Rook c8 check. Rook d8 check. Rook e8 check. The king's going on a march. King to f5. And I'm assuming Luke wanted to play the move bishop d4 or bishop c3.
That's a nice tactic.
After bishop d4, what's the tactic? Bishop takes d4, rook takes. And this bishop is scary, isn't it? Push.
You
Okay.
can try it without a check on e8.
No check on e8, I'm being told. I have to find some... Oh, bishop d4 right away?
Or bishop c3 first. Get a rook on the white square.
Okay, rook can come... yes, I was thinking to play the move bishop c3. I didn't quite see the difference. Rook e2, rook e8 check, king f5. No. I have to do it in a different way. Just a second. Rook e2, bishop c3, rook e2. Okay. Bishop d4. Just a second. Okay. Now we play bishop takes d4, rook check, and instead of being on e1, we're on e2. Yay. Why? Not quite sure. I still see the move b4, and now I have rook d2. This may be enough. Well, let's see. Okay, I have another suggestive idea. Another idea is that after we get to this position, after rook check, is to keep the rooks on the board and to play the move bishop to d4, so that after bishop takes d4, not to go into the exchange up position, but rather rook takes d4, and thanks to the king being so close to the promotion square, king takes a7. This could be a very simple rook and pawn ending winning rook and pawn ending. Oh my, Luke keeps surprising me. I think he got on the wrong track right about here. He did play very well up to this moment, but then he chose rook c2, and after a6, instead of going rook to c8 check, he's actually played rook to b2, going after this pawn on b5. Whoa. I'm not sure he's made the right decision, but this also looks very promising too for white. Maybe it's the simplest of all. Rook takes is very, very nice, because if we can ever execute a maneuver where we take this pawn, rook takes b5, then we drop our rook back to b4, and then simply play bishop to d4, this pawn on a7 is curtains. And again, that's a way of getting into that rook ending that we wanted. The problem from Black's point of view is he can't create his counterplay with rook over, because after rook takes h4, there's an issue with the bishop hanging. Rook will come to e5 and win a piece. So after the move rook b2, king d7 has been played by Ian. Let me just update the board. And king d7, rook takes b5. And again, from my point of view, I see white as having a huge threat in the position. The threat is to play the move bishop to d4, so that after bishop takes d4, there will be a rook d5 check, rook takes d4. I'm in a rook and pawn ending, but this incredibly powerful king on b7 will decide the game for white, and Ian has to prevent that, and he should prevent it with the move rook d1, I believe. Well, I still see that this is being great position for white. I'm looking at the simple rook to e5 and grabbing this pawn on f7. Definitely the position favors Luc Van Velle, and again, this would be huge for the Dutch players' confidence. Let me go back to the game of Pavel, have the players made a repetition. After rook takes d5, Pavel has actually gone into the tank as something, either the realization is sinking in that his three connected pass pawns on the queen side is not winning the game due to the fact his king is vulnerable. And I'm supposing he's reconciling himself to a draw. All right, well, we're just going to take a very short break. This will not be a 10-minute break. We're going to discuss if we're going to have some more guests or not. Please remain with us as we will see how we're going to wrap up our coverage. We'll take a look, of course, at our leaderboards from the results thus far in round 8. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Levon, that was a very quick and impressive win over Anish Giri. How did you do that after yesterday's game? Because we thought maybe Levon is not in his best, but today you showed that you are back.
Yeah, there are certain days, when you play just the worst possible moves. A friend of mine, Gabriel Sargsyan, once he told me he had this dream that he wakes up and he just forgot how to play chess. So this was yesterday the case. Every move I was doing was just ridiculous. So today this idea I found, I don't know, maybe a year ago, or I wanted to play it because it's knight a3. There are maybe 4,000 games and nobody played this idea, so it's always nice to find something new in a position that has been played so many times.
What's the point of knight a3?
I'm kind of fighting against the b6, the development. So I'm not really wasting time because when you play this b3 or queen c2, the pieces are misplaced. So it's kind of maneuvering idea. You're just trying to put the rook quickly to c1 in order to stop b6 ideas. So I wouldn't say it's very impressive, but nowadays I'll take any idea which is new. Yeah.
Until which point was it your preparation, this exchange sacrifice? Was it inspiration over the board?
I wasn't remembering that. Probably it's somewhere in my lines, but during the game I thought, okay, knight d6 I can take cd, d bishop f4, knight c4, e4, maybe that's possible, also interesting, d knight g5, or knight d2 I rejected on general grounds, and then I saw this idea that I can actually give the exchange, and it looked very interesting. And only after the game, only later, I understood that it's a very strong idea, I guess, because he can't play e5 on queen c2. I always have this knight g5, which is really annoying. G6, knight e4, the knight reroutes to d6. So I guess I don't know. I haven't checked, but I'm sure the computer will like it as well. Mm-hmm.
That's true. Congratulations, Levon. Very nice win, and we wish you good luck for the rest of the games.
Thank you very much.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that wonderful interview with the ever-expressive Levon Aronian, who won an absolutely brilliant game. In fact, we've seen some fantastic games. 3 victories so far in this, the 8th round. Let me just review where we stand. Wesley So started the round with a half a point lead at +3. He was followed closely by 2 players at +2. That was Magnus Carlsen as well as Pavel Elyanov. Magnus crashed and burned in spectacular style against Richard Rapport at the moment when I thought that Magnus had fully equalized, maybe even gotten a little edge in the position, but he seemed to have overlooked the fact that he was getting a piece trap, and Richard won a happy day in the sun for him, and we had an interview with Richard afterwards. Levon Aronian also won. That was a very big victory over Anish Giri. Anish Giri was at +1. He fell back to 50%, but now Levon in the chasing pack at +1. So Wesley So, very happy with his +3. Magnus Carlsen crashing is at +1. A game still in progress is Pavel at +2. It looks to me like he's going to make a draw against Radek. Luke then, and here's our, I guess, up-to-date tournament standings. Yi Wei also a half a point behind. Thanks. Actually, I hadn't looked at that game too much. That's a good game to bring up on my screen against Pentala. That was a very interesting Russian defense as the game became greatly unbalanced. Let me just quickly go through that game. We had left it more or less early after the move Rook E1. And I was pointing out, excuse me, pointing out some similarities between this position and an open Spanish, but often, well, in an open Spanish, the problem is for black, he often has his B5 pawn sticking out like a sore thumb, and white either tries to occupy the C5 square or to produce a weakness on the B5. In this case, black doesn't have such concerns, and after F6, the players reached this position, and, well, it certainly looks like a decent enough position. Knight G5, Bishop F3. Strange to see the knights shifting from C5 to C6, back to E6 and E7. Some trade occurred, and here I was just mentioning that in a open Spanish, there's a potential weakness on the B5 as well as C5 squares. Guess what Wei Yi did? He played it voluntarily. Queen C6, and after some maneuvering, a lot of maneuvering in this game, but a draw was agreed on move 32. Okay, I think that the position is pretty balanced at the moment that the two players did agree to a draw. Let me just again bring out the two games that we have in progress. Pavel, after some thought, I just want to see the times on their clocks. They have made the time control 21 minutes for Pavel, 37 minutes for Radek. He's just played the move 43, Rook C7, but pardon me, Pawn C7, C6, C7, Queen E5 check. I've been mentioning that this perpetual is afoot. It doesn't seem that white can avoid this perpetual, and black on his side of the table should certainly not be entertaining ideas of anything other than taking the perpetual. These three connected pass pawns, but the ones on C7 and B6 are really, really scary. A draw likely there. In the other game in progress, we have Luke Van Velde against Ian. When we left it, we really thought that Luke was closing in on a potential victory, his first in the tournament. Rook E1, King B7, Bishop F2, Rook C2. This move, Rook C2, seems to be a real culprit in white's winning attempts. He could have just played instead of the move Rook C2. Just a second. What have I done? Instead of the move Rook C2, he could have played A6 and gotten into a position like this. This would have been really sweet for Luke. Check, King, Bishop D4, Bishop takes D4, oops, excuse me, Bishop takes D4, Rook takes D4, a straight rook and pawn ending. Leave this pawn on the B5 square, thank you very much, as that will shelter white's king as he gobbles the A pawn and then escorts his a6 pawn to promotion, and this would have been a very, very straightforward win. Luke tricked himself with this move rook c2, as he saw that he was simply picking up this pawn on b5. He's got checks in the position, further checks in the position. Rook could come here, and even on a good day he could route his bishop to b8. Unfortunately, he seems to have overlooked a very straightforward methodical defense by Ian. The players reached this position, and then suddenly this move f6, and White's intent on winning this a7 pawn is not possible due to rook d7 check, which would simply win a bishop. So the players reach this position instead, and this seems far closer to a draw than it does for a win by White. Wow, so a big turnaround, a fortunate one for Ian. He's just played the move bishop e3, I believe. Just a second. Hold on. Rook b5 and bishop e3 is what has happened. Okay, 2 versus 2, what to say? This game also appears heading for a draw, and that won't affect our tournament standings. I want to go to the challenger section and just confirm, and I have confirmed, that a draw has been agreed between one of the tournament leaders, Gawain Jones, and Erwin Laami, as that repetition did take place. And I'm also told that we have prepared for you an interview with Adiban. Let us go to that interview now.
Adiban, 3.5 points out of the last 4 games. How do you do that?
Yeah, I think also I'm really looking forward to the next rest day so that maybe I can do it again.
But really, what's your secret? You are experimenting with the openings. You play the French defense, you play the King's Gambit, and today the Vienna game. Yeah. You just learned these openings in one day?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. No, I want to get an interesting game, and so far I was able to get it, so that's why I think I was lucky.
Tell us about your today's game against Dimitri Anderkin.
Yeah, I played the Vienna, and I think it was like a symmetrical for a while. Then he went for this knight d4 bishop g4 plan, which was maybe not so great, but still annoying. And I think at a critical moment he missed this rook into f5. He only probably calculated knight and f5. So after rook f5 and like double rook sacrifice on f5, I think I'm just winning after that. So I think he missed that, and after that, okay, I just had to show some little bit of technique. So yeah, win the game. Yeah.
It was a crushing victory, and I think everybody is wondering what's next. What opening will you play in the next game?
Yeah, I would like to keep them guessing, and it will be pretty interesting for sure.
Thank you, congratulations. We will be watching your opening choice.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm, of course, with Niels and Eric. Welcome to you both. You guys had an incredibly exciting game today, at least from the spectator's point of view. How did you feel about your game?
No, it was incredibly exciting.
It was.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, I decided to sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns.
Yeah.
But some big initiative. And my feeling was that it was very, very promising for me. I thought during the game, I thought it would be
beautiful.
Beautiful and somehow quick mate. But turns out he defended very well and probably evaluated it a bit better than I did.
And Eric, for you, you're sitting there on the receiving end of a brilliancy.
I was sitting there on the receiving end of Italian understanding. I think Nils and his work for Magnus got a very pleasant opening advantage. Like, he just knew the opening a lot better.
Whoa.
And I completely misevaluated my position. It took a lot of bad moves to get the position I got, and he
took a lot of bad moves.
Sacrifice, which is playable, or to just win positionally. So I played.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yes. So everything.
Yeah, Italian is nowadays the most common almost. So.
Well, I must say you both are keeping in step with fashion. And the fashion.
Well, I'm not sure about myself. Do you like my fashion choices?
Well, I like the chest bra.
Hoodie?
Hoodie. Yeah. No, that's really cool. No, I like it. Yeah.
You like mine? Okay.
I like your fashion.
Okay.
Your openings, that's a different one.
No.
Okay, but D2, D3. Okay.
D3,
so
yeah, okay. I mean, this
take
is
us
all
through.
fairly normal.
All
you can
right.
play many different moves and move orders, and it's a mess.
Okay.
But we made, so maybe H6 is not strictly necessary, but.
Yeah.
So I gained half a tempo now.
See, I didn't know any of this.
How did you get? What do you mean a half a tempo? What does that
Well,
mean?
he can, for example, in this position, he can have rook E8 or C6 instead of H6. It should be a bit more useful.
Okay.
So it's kind of half a tempo.
All right.
But quite important one, because now I'm in time to stabilize and bring my knight to G3.
Right.
And then I should have this quite comfortable position.
Okay.
I mean, it's a normal Spanish, but kind of what white is aiming for.
True.
But black is also having his chances, of course.
Okay.
So now there are many different ways for black to play, I guess.
Are
But,
there?
but C5
With a
is...
bishop?
I mean,
What
maybe
else
not
do I do?
then without B5 or put the bishop on
Yeah.
B7. Like here, bishop
on B7 and A7, I don't like because one of them always gets stuck, I thought.
Exactly, but I mean, only if something like D5 is working.
Yeah, no,
But the point is that usually in such cases, let's say something like this, the E4 pawn is always weaker than the one on E5. Like if we play something like this.
This looks okay. No.
Yes, because you have to
Yes.
the A file. Yes.
And now I will take on E4 next at some point at least.
G5.
I mean G5 is probably only move, but maybe here it could potentially work. Not clear. Also, I mean there is this annoying pin always. I mean that's why I was hesitating a bit before going knight F1. I was not entirely convinced. But I thought something like that is logical for black to try to break. This is the slower way of playing, but then white should be comfortable normally.
Okay.
You got more or less what you wanted. And here I think you were a bit optimistic maybe about
You surrounded the center now, yes?
Well, I thought, yeah, I took with the E-pawn and tried to be dynamic, and
you can play maybe take. I thought
I wanted to have a fun game.
Exactly,
but
more solid is something like this.
It wasn't didn't turn out to be very fun. No, I thought it imbalanced the position instead of suffer a little bit. Nils suggested to take like this.
Take like this and maybe even take here.
I didn't want to. You know, there were a lot of people at the game today. It was a big day. It's the day before the rest day.
Right.
I felt like playing like this was. I don't like that.
Enterprising.
I'm just suffering for a draw.
I
wanted to tease Nils a bit.
But it was, but it was also my feeling that black must play like that. Because
what do you think, Yasser?
I still don't have the zen of the position. I'm kind of curious what you guys might have felt after, say, Queen C7. It's like
he said. I think he wants to do something
the same
bad
in the game.
Queen E2. And now I think it's a major threat to take an H6 when your queen is not there.
Agreed. And King H7.
Okay, so King H7.
King H7 then.
I'm just like.
King H7.
King H7 maybe. You can.
Yeah.
H4 and H4.
H4 knight G4 is not so much, but there is a move like knight F5 also. Not. Then this guy is maybe hanging on E4.
Exactly.
It's not entirely clear.
Yeah, you made a point that okay, B5 takes A4 at some point might be
to
possible.
ease up on the pressure a bit.
Exactly.
But
And
here,
you don't want to play D5 because of C4.
Normally
That's kind
not.
of clear,
Right,
right?
sure.
Yeah.
But here, okay, I can also try to increase. Sometimes a move like this is.
But then
quite
annoying. You
might be a bit annoying at least. I can
what's
enter.
the idea? So bishop B6.
Bishop.
B6.
Bishop B6.
Okay, but again, now I will take. If you take with the pawn, I have this trick knight H5.
I keep falling for it.
I would have fallen for it as well. Okay, it's mutual. I missed
He keeps
this
using it against me. He's done it like 3 times or something.
3 times in the postmortem already. And I played it in a real game.
You make it 4 times. Instead of the move Bishop B6, Eric, Rook D8. Rook A8, D8.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I have the A file at least. So I mean.
Well, enjoy.
Now I can maybe even play D5 because you cannot play C4.
But then, okay.
It's not clear. It's not
D5, Bishop B6.
I mean, we would
now
get
I like your Bishop B6.
something like this. We would get, and I mean, it's typical position. Not so much for white, but
Yes.
But I mean,
yeah, typical. Brayer looking
Brayer style
kind of stuff.
Even maybe
Chigorin,
maybe I can
don't
try
know.
to be more to play b4 immediately, be a bit more.
You want?
I mean, put some more pressure. It's not
Well-
clear, but it's clear that white is very comfortable here.
Yes.
I mean, it's,
Yes.
But it's
All
another
right.
story.
Let's
But-
get to the good stuff. huh?
Exactly. Yeah. So this and c4.
Okay.
That's
So
suspicious.
now you kind of felt okay. Now that you've won the center, things are breaking through. It's time to.
It's time to attack.
It's
yeah.
time to attack.
No,
Okay.
but I felt like
the
Steins,
ground-
you know. I have advantage now. I must attack.
Yeah, the groundwork has been laid.
I did not sense any danger here. It was bad. I mean, the sacrifice he ended up doing, but I just played. I mean, when I look at it now from White's point of view, I really understand why he couldn't resist the urge. And
But the,
that was
but the point
Yes.
is that okay, this is misevaluation from Black probably because here White is very.
Is
I mean, you want to
really-
complicate and get some winning chances.
Yeah, I
but
want to get
main-
rook
main-
b before I was
Mainly,
yeah.
you're just giving
No,
me
White,
some
White has too much
additional
here.
options.
Everything
Yeah.
is ideal.
Uh,
This is bad.
But here, this was a logical move to threaten bishop a5. But now a5 and
This
bishop
was all
c7.
part of my plan.
And this is the critical position of the game.
Right.
Because I thought if I play now d5, which I want, because
Yes.
the bishop is very bad, then
Right.
comes rook b8, and he would play b4. And then the pawn on a5.
Really
I
stands
thought,
out.
for example, if I can bring my bishop to c3, I'm more or less winning.
Right.
But here,
And you do not have time.
there is a lot of counterplay. But what
Right.
I simply forgot about,
Yes.
which Eric told me about after, is I can simply block it.
Ooh,
And this is
this is nice.
Yeah.
It's
Now this is
it's close to the end of the game.
yeah.
I started to realize why I
hammer.
was attracted to my position. Is a long time ago when I was, still didn't know openings.
Still a
fresh from
puppy.
Canada.
Yes.
I went to the U.S. I went up to New England, and I played the Snake Benoni. And I
Right,
actually, I
with
think
bishop
won.
D6.
I think I won 2 games with it, and even
And
though my
it-
positions were bad, I just have a liking to it.
It left an
I-
evil impression, and it's ruined your
Because that bishop
positional
on-
understanding ever since, right?
I baited him into this position to put my bishop on c7, and that's,
Yeah.
says something about me. I think I like pain
the
or something.
snake Benoni.
Because really, if there is not b4, there is no counter.
This is very Karpovian to
when
put
I-
the queen on b4.
I simply missed
As
the
soon as I
move.
saw queen b4, and queen b4 I saw even without d5, he can play d5 afterwards. I mean, d5 first is more accurate, but I was just seeing the idea. It wasn't my intention. If I had seen queen b4, I would never have
entered this line.
Had I seen queen before, I would play it immediately. But
Right.
this is very close to winning for white, I think.
Yeah, but guys, then you would have denied our viewers the pleasure of this fantastic
Yes.
attack. Come
That's
on,
true, that's true.
Let's get to it. Bishop takes h6.
Now
This
here,
looks
I have to admit that
very
I
scary.
thought I was close to winning also after.
And I was in time trouble, so I just
Making
had to
it
take a
worse.
defend.
Yes. Okay.
I'm threatening now knight
E5.
yeah, e5
all,
and
knight
knight
f5. All kinds.
And
of
this is the only move, of course.
Okay.
You must bring the queen. E5.
And rook e7 has some drawbacks. I forgot what, but sometimes it's
Okay, just e5.
Oh yeah, of course.
Everything is
yeah,
hanging.
yeah. Show that line if you want with queen f8, just to show I
Here.
think with the extra rook. I take once. I take once and then queen
You
f8.
take once.
The one that I missed originally. This is what I looked at.
Queen
I had to
f8.
change. Yeah. Yeah.
Takes, knight takes. Yeah.
Knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and I only looked at knight takes, and I thought I had bishop e5.
To keep the pawn on
And I
a5
thought,
protected.
yeah,
But
it might be down a pawn, but I get counterplay.
But the
But what
thing
I
is,
missed,
yeah.
and then bishop a5, rook
Right.
e5.
Yes, or rook any.
No, well,
but
I was
this
more
is
worried.
better.
I was-
of course, this is
this,
the best.
This just works, I think.
Oh
But my idea was like.
then the attack still is
Yeah.
ongoing.
I mean, even without
suddenly.
queens, I have a mating attack. I
That's
think.
that's
No, this
the-
something like that. I thought would be what's going to happen.
would be an appropriate way to finish the game.
Exactly, but
right?
queen e7 because I missed some very important move later on.
Okay.
All this is, I think, forced.
Looks good.
Again, queen f8 is similar story. It doesn't work. So this.
Yes.
I was
Now-
relieved that he sacrificed because my moves become much easier.
Yes, that's also. It's
I started playing faster now.
incredibly dumb to sacrifice when you have this other option.
And it's like black has only moves.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very.
It's good in time trouble when you have only moves.
But the thing is, if you have only moves until the position is lost, I mean, it doesn't
Then-
help.
then that doesn't help, yeah.
Which is what I thought. So
Yes.
because this takes.
looks very
And
visually.
now this was my big idea.
Yes.
Right.
And now I'm threatening to take.
No matter
and there
what.
is mate.
Queen f7, rook e6.
Yeah, also
Right.
also here actually.
Yes.
Still, because everything is overloaded.
Right.
So I thought I will simply be 2 pawns up and with some continuous initiative.
Understood.
Because Queen d7, what he played, it's an
Rook
excellent
d1.
move. Rook d1 looks winning, yeah.
Yes.
Just giving tempo. But when I took on h6, I had forgotten about bishop f5. And now, no matter how I do, I can't.
Yeah, no, it's my bishops cover everything.
Wow. That's a shock.
This I missed from. It's very important.
Whoa.
Now I'm simply.
The knight on h5.
The queen has no squares.
Right.
Also, it's
Oh my
always
goodness.
you take with check, which is a problem.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I
I've
can.
missed it as well. I have missed
Because
it.
I mean, rook a1, I thought it's just
Yes,
finish.
exactly.
But here, okay, now black is maybe winning.
Yes.
No, so I had to play knight g5. I have some different ways to.
Yeah.
Knight f6 was a move we considered.
Yeah, yeah. No, knight g5 made a lot of sense. I was about to move bishop f5, because that was my whole plan. I would have blundered a mate.
I hear.
Yeah, I was about. I almost.
Forced me to move my queen, but I don't have to.
I
Instead
missed
checkmate.
this.
Oops.
Okay, no, I felt. Yeah, bishop
No, no.
g8. Okay.
So bishop g8 is still. Still
Wow.
holds.
Because what's annoying is if knight g5. I
Sorry?
just lose, right?
Instead of bishop g8,
Knight g5. What was the?
I can
Queen
just
f6
take.
You just
check?
take.
I think I take actually, so I keep the option of checking. And I
because
will-
the king is better on h8 or
I think
worse
so.
on h.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Because I can give check later on.
All
Now
right.
I'm threatening to just bring the rook, like rook e4 and deliver mate.
Right.
I think it's just over actually.
This looks terrible.
Should be made. But bishop g8 is.
Yeah, bishop g8, and
it's
I'm
a very nice move.
I'm learning defense
Learning defense.
on the 1 yard line.
Right.
And
Yeah.
now
I
it's-
moved, but it's forced, so it's great. Now Neil started getting in time trouble, and
Now you were like burning
now I
your
start
clock.
hope that white gets ambitious here.
But simply there's no way even to get ambitious almost. I think I'm just worse. if
I told you how. Queen check, king g8, and now queen c3.
But if you move, let's say
Rook f8 is the only move, and now knight f6.
I must say, I would be tempted.
But I think I'm just
Why white?
in such a position I should be just worse if I have to trade.
Yeah.
Well, if you have to trade, but
Yeah, the queen.
can you avoid trading?
The thing is, my
Can't
king
you
is safe
avoid
in the corner, right? Queen g5, king h8. I got rook g8.
I mean, hey, problem is now that black is still
and I have
having
bishop d3
attacking.
in some lines.
Black is having a major attack now. Rook g8.
Okay, just go ahead. G3, I'll fall for it. And queen h4, not allowing any rook g3. I mean, I'm dreaming of rook e7, of course, right?
But I
or
can
rook
stop.
d1.
Even-
you want to put the bishop to f6?
Even bishop d. Yeah, bishop on f6.
Yeah.
Queen goes to h5, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Now you're looking
Bishop
at rook
f6.
g3.
I mean,
rook
but,
g3,
but I don't need it. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, but this starts
yeah.
getting.
I mean, just,
now I'm dial it back. The bishops are really looking great.
They are so much
So-
better than the
Yeah.
rooks. So basically,
I mean, no.
I cannot really play.
Right.
So I did the sensible thing and agreed for repetition.
Did your earlier
Very
game in the
objective.
tournament have any effect?
Yeah, I had a similar game actually against Chong earlier in the
Jeffrey.
tournament.
Jeffrey.
Where I had a big attack. That time it was indeed
Right.
completely winning, and I started to misplay it, and it was a draw. And instead of going for the draw, I played on and lost in 5 moves.
Ah, yes.
So I decided not to do it again.
Right.
But we didn't miss anything here, so I think it was the positional squeeze. Like
So it was
it was
the queen
atrocious.
b4 moment.
I mean, this simply that I
By
don't
the
know. You
way,
also
that-
forgot when you played bishop b6 about queen b4.
No. Yeah. As soon as I played bishop b6, then I started.
Because here, then you have to play some other. But then the whole setup doesn't
No,
make
no,
any sense.
Right.
Here I saw queen b4, but not when I went for the original
Ah.
e takes. I spent a lot of time and I played my worst move. It's been a recurring theme
Because
for
of
me
the-
this tournament. The most time I
Spend
spent
a
is
long think, wrong think. Yeah.
wrong thing. And no, against Rager, I spent 40 minutes and I think I made 2 or 3 blunders. And this game, I spent all my time calculating: do I take with the e pawn and get this Benoni structure? I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know what. And this is terrible. Like no, but queen b4.
No,
He
but
started.
it's simply you can stop before. I thought if I can stop before, I'm close to winning.
Right.
And I forgot that I can simply
But
put
you
my queen.
can, in fact,
I thought
stop
I
it.
have to put my bishop on before,
Right.
but simply the queen.
Anatoly Karpov is standing in Moscow saying to himself, what is this young generation? I mean, you blockade Queen B4 and everything.
It's very,
it's a big miss. It's a
very big miss because this is
this
very,
is
very close to winning for white.
Let me ask you about the tournament. We're now past the halfway point. How do you like the Vaikanze atmosphere? You like the competitiveness? Your tournament, by the way, with the exception of today, we saw so many draws. I mean, everybody's swinging for the fence in your field. I mean, my goodness.
Yes.
Wow. What?
I've had 5 blocks out of the first 8 games, so I've been having to.
You're on the
play
defense.
Defense quite a bit. So hopefully.
But you're at +1.
+1
at this moment.
Yeah. Same as you.
Yeah, I'm actually also on +1.
Yeah. Okay.
Despite everything.
So your burning ambitions to get to +2 against one another ended up.
I was
quite an event.
I was completely overly ambitious there. Yeah.
And again, you're in this tournament with round robin. You've got such an audience. There was a moment, Eric, you were telling me this very funny story, that when everybody went to Rotterdam, it was like ghost town over here, because the amateurs weren't playing, and suddenly you went from the crowded pitch stadium with everybody, hanging on your every move to emptiness. That was a weird feeling.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like it too much. At the same time, today was really busy. It was probably the loudest day so far.
Yeah, but it's nicer. I like when people are watching.
Exactly.
You get this feeling of just being a chess festival.
Exactly.
It's much nicer.
Yeah, I had that same feeling too.
When he sacrificed, then everyone was watching. I quickly took, because otherwise then,
the vultures will.
So actually that played a complete factor. When he sacrificed, so,
you recaptured
I recaptured right away as if this was all planned, because I have to take it. I'm down a pawn. But everyone starts crowding around because they see pieces go towards my king. So I had to put on, a bit of a poker face and start calculating on his time. But that plays a factor. Like, you don't want to be, as you said, you don't want to be the guy that all the vultures flock to and be like, he's about to get checkmated. Yo, check out that Canadian tourist. Look at what he's up to.
Yeah, they bring their 6-year-old and explain. You see the black king, and there's a checkmate over there.
No, I was thinking.
Very nice.
It happened in my head. I was thinking the parents were telling the kids, "You see that guy over there? Don't play chess like that guy. Don't play chess like that guy." That was in my head. Don't put your bishop on c7. Don't give the center.
Right.
Don't play it like that, Canadian. That's what was in my mind.
Queen before it.
That was in my mind.
Yeah, no, it's really.
Gentlemen, while you're here, and you'll help me end the show. In fact, well done. We do have.
Oh, I'm a closer.
You're the closer. We're bringing in.
That's a good thing in baseball.
Yes, that's a very good thing in baseball.
Never heard of it.
We do have results. No, wait a minute. Where's the Vaikanze? Yes, we did. This was. Did you see this crazy game of Pavel, by the way? It was really. He had such a position, and this was the famous last move of time control, right here. And B6 gave up the win. Apparently, Queen F3, just getting out of what actually occurred. Tuck. Tuck. And now we have a perpetual check thanks to the fact that the E5 and F4 pawns are missing. So if he had moved his queen, E4 bishop takes E4, you're stuck with an F4 pawn and white's
no perpetual.
Ooh.
But all the game, it was looked very good for white.
And
should have been winning, just quite.
Exactly, and indeed it was, and I guess
that's very nice. That's going to be in chess books for a long time.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
it's nice.
Well, I think a lot of the games from this event are going to be featured in chess books, and Luke Van Valley. This is going to be terrible. They're still in a brilliant winning opportunity, gentlemen. I'll ask you, putting you on the spot, right about here. It's a kind of white to move and win. I'll tell you, he played rook c2.
Rook c8 and trade off the rooks.
You think that would have been it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so go
rook
ahead.
c8, king d7, rook d8, king e6.
Yes.
Should I? Yeah.
Yes, rook c. Oops, excuse me. Let me just turn that off. Rook c8 check. Eric.
Yeah. King d7.
Here.
Check.
Check.
Do we trade everything off and? A6.
Right, and then after here.
Bishop d4.
Bishop
Bingo.
d4. But what if you start with bishop f2 then?
Yes, so I'll start with bishop f2. Ooh. Defense. So I'll just go back a bit to just this moment. Here.
A6 first.
A6 first. New variation. B5.
Yes.
Only move.
And the same.
Rook.
The same.
All right.
No, I was thinking rook c2, but.
But why not?
Yeah.
Just trade and
Check.
bishop d4.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
I mean,
of course.
that's the point.
Yeah. King d5.
Ooh. Not so clear, right?
No.
Not so clear. So in this position.
So we're failing like.
Yeah, well, but it's a really a cool moment. Hold on. Oops, sorry. A bishop f2, a6.
B5.
B5. Check. King here. Check. King here.
And also start with bishop d4.
Yes.
Looks very promising.
Bravo. And now after bishop takes d4.
Sorry, what happens after rook d1?
Rook d1. What happens after rook d1, you ask? What happens after rook d1, you ask? Now I'm confused. Now I'm not sure. I just wanted to show you.
Position of the bishop.
Bishop.
D3.
I just.
Are you giving us a
No.
false position here?
No.
Is this a trick?
You don't take the exchange. You play rook takes d4. This was the win that I had wanted, which is kind of cool that you don't take the exchange, but you're just in a rook and pawn ending. But your king is fantastic, okay? But you asked the question, Eric, what do I do after rook d1?
Yes.
That's a very good question.
But why couldn't you start with rook c2, force the bishop away somewhere?
Well, in fact,
here,
you played...
after b5.
b5.
But bishop b6 comes. No, sorry.
Right.
Doesn't work.
Hold on. Bishop d... Oops, excuse me. Bishop d4. And you had a rook d1 move.
Yeah.
Oh.
What did I ask?
Well, Robin Van Kampen was torturing me all day by annoyingly refuting my suggestions.
Did you
eliminate? What are you taking Robin's place? I mean,
did you eliminate him? Though?
Yes,
He's
absolutely.
Gone, right?
Oh yeah, I put him on a train and sent him
Feels
packing.
already.
Yeah,
Air is
like,
clean here.
Whew, oh yes, exactly. So rook d1. Okay. Does this have a refutation, Mills? Can I take on a7 in some beautiful line?
I don't think we're missing something here, Yasser.
Okay,
I think
so
go back to
the moment.
Rook c2 after bishop e3.
Well, he did play rook c2, bishop e3.
Yes, but he didn't. Yeah, he didn't pay attention to it. Yeah.
No, and now a6. Maybe it. Well, rook b2 was definitely the wrong move.
But now you can do the check.
Now I do
Why
the
don't
check.
you? Yeah? Now
Yes.
the bishop is there.
King, check, king, and now bishop d4.
But I thought, why did he play not bishop c5 after rook c2? Because then you cannot play...
You mean here?
Because king takes a7. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, king a7.
King
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right, bishop c5, king a7.
Okay. I thought I had rook a1, but I cannot. Yeah, it's hanging.
Okay, so not so easy, but it was there. And that
it was there. And unfortunately for Luke, unlucky Luke, his intended bishop b8, I think he had a major oversight that simply this rook is ready to check. And although a lot of moves have been played, it looked like draw was in the offing. Looks like a draw. So, wow.
So he's still winless.
Still
probably.
winless, most likely. But very, very eventful. Thank you both for coming on the show, Eric, Niels.
Thank you. Thank you.
Play well, come back. Share with us your ups and downs.
Sure.
But you will have a hard time sleeping after Queen B4. And
Not
Eric
so
will
much.
be
Not compared to
celebrating.
yesterday. Yeah.
No?
Yesterday.
Did you see his game yesterday?
Which was? Who did you play, sorry?
I played with Tari. I had 2 pawns up in Samendi.
Oh, jeez.
And I misplayed it horribly and got into a completely dead position with pawn and bishop against bishop, where he allowed another win.
Oh no!
Just two moves before the end, so 5 moves before the end.
Oh, and when I think about the
I mean,
Norwegian Swedish
Yeah,
rivalry
yeah,
as
yeah.
well. Well, on that beautiful note, thank you all for joining us. Enjoy our free day tomorrow. We'll be back on Tuesday. Oh, John Ludwig Hammer says, if there is such a thing as sexy chess, Aroni and Gary must be the definition of it. Ooh. Thank you, John Ludwig. I would have said Eric and Niels, but fair enough. Thank you all for joining us. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, Monday, correct? Yes, and we will be back Tuesday for round 9 of this very exciting Tata Steel tournament.